you're feeling kinda downward. Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4. Now I know why they worry about the neighbor next door. If I call up your friends, will they tell me where you've been? Cause they all up in my DMs. All this bros before girls is bullshit. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. My attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Oh. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Oh. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day, cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way, you can't join me later, cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own. Even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you ain't nothing and I had it all. And now you've come out better off out of the bar. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? Baby, check yourself, you're bad for my health. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. When I wake up, you say, yeah, but this game's far too players. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day.
I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat of my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. That if I get burned, it's time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? passenger seat on my heart has been reassigned, but I'd still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. But if I get burned, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. Time's up.
Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just danced outside. Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Even if it's raining, we're still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Even if it's raining, we're still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go, people come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
I got to know, what do I feel inside? I lose control, can't keep you off my mind. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, I think it's time, I need to take a chance to cross the line, so I can understand. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me. They make me feel like I'm alive. just way too long to play this game. Now your love is gone, I gotta know, what did you do to me? Can't wait no more, I am on overload. So if you're sure, don't leave me all alone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me and make me feel like I'm alive.
It's the halfway point of the stage and, well, the final stage of 2022. I've got beside me two, I would say, incredible gentlemen.
Yes.
Others may not phrase it that way, but I do have Xenox and Guz. Guz, I'll go to you first. How are you feeling after the week off? You excited for the Super Week?
Feeling relaxed, rejuvenated, feeling my best, really. Excited to get back into APAC South. Big week ahead. I'm going to dictate a lot of these teams' destiny for the rest of the stage.
Certainly is. Well, we're back to APAC South. And let's dive back 2 weeks, shall we? And start talking about what happened in Playday 3, the final Playday that we had before we went on a little break, on a little holidays. Xenox, you know all about holidays. Kick-starting the matches, though. Fury upsetting Elevate. I mean, this was just something to behold.
Personally, I do know about holidays, and yeah, it feels like a very long week, doesn't it, between games, which, you know, it's a little bit saddening. I missed our R6 session last week, but yeah, this was obviously a big one. I did actually end up predicting Fury. I think I was the only one who went with that prediction, and at the start, it wasn't maybe looking like it was going to come to fruition, but Fury turned it on, especially in that second half, and a big win. And this was the second game as well that honestly had a lot on the line, and in fact, really Playday 3 was a bit of a cliffhanger sort of mid-season finale, wasn't it? Direwolves and GG both, of course, had already their bye rounds where they, of course, missed a week. So, you know, essentially they're playing catch-up in a way, and for Direwolves to get this win sort of just reaffirms this is a team that's looking to bounce back from last stage.
Well, they are, and unfortunately, you know, Game and Gladiators maybe not what they were made up to be for last stage. I mean, that's very early to say that. Obviously, still 4 play days to go, but a team that was probably the most in need of a win or something were the Knights, guys. And even this one was, they won it, but boy, it was close.
Yeah, unlike Jake, I actually did go on a holiday to Singapore, so no one asked about that. But you may be asking, what's happened to the Knights this stage? They have dropped off a little bit, not showing the form that we probably expected from them. Unfortunately, the story somewhat continued in the previous play day. Yes, it was a win, but OT against Wildcard, every point matters. It might not be enough. Their stage is still on the line, but sets us up for an exciting mid-table battle.
Guys, I'll ask you, how was your holiday?
That was actually quite pleasant. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that. Let's have a look at how the ladder is matching up. Of course, a reminder as we do move to this graphic, we only have 7 teams in the league. I know it's been 2 weeks since we last had any play days, but also, you know, for those that may only just be joining us halfway through this stage, it does mean that we only have 3 games per night. And yeah, essentially one team gets a bye. So we really won't know the outcome of the stage or where teams are truly sitting until we do get to about play day 6 when we start to see all those teams fulfilling their bye. But Xenox, is there anything here that's sticking out to you? I mean, surely there's something like a sore thumb at the top of the stage.
I mean, obviously, look, Fury on top is something that I don't think many would have predicted after 3 play days has transpired. Obviously, Direwolves on only 2 games played. If they were to win and Fury not play, then yeah, obviously that puts them on that #1 position. So there's obviously a lot more to sort of get through. But tied down the bottom, 2 losses, obviously not ideal. Same with the Knights as well. I know they have an OT win, but you know, it's kind of looking like maybe season could be done barring some kind of miracle, especially when you take into consideration that a lot of those sort of middle teams are actually performing quite well. Those in particular being, you know, the likes of Fury, Direwolves, even Wildcard has 4 points already. So I don't see the bottom 2 making their way up to the top 2. Basically, then means I'm looking at basically Gaming Gladiators and above for those top 2 positions, for that major position.
I think that's fair, and I think many would disagree with that. It's time to have a look at the matches for today. As we said, there will only be 3 games. And when we look at these, probably have to say that some of these would be somewhat... I mean, I'd love to say they're going to be clear-cut. Direwolves still with a lot to prove, Guz, but it's probably that mid-clash. Gladiators taking on Fury, both with pretty similar storylines in terms of needing to prove a lot. But Fury obviously gunning for their first major.
Yeah, for sure. Fury will be really wanting to ride that momentum they've established at the moment, try to end the day still at the top of the standings, but Gladiators aren't going to go down without a fight. They want to reappear back-to-back for their opportunity at SI points. They're currently in that 5th position and desperately in need of points as well, and I guess the desperation for points flows on to the last game as well. The bottom 2 teams in the standings, funnily enough, despite the strength discrepancy, you would expect the Knights to be faring a lot better than Tide have been. And Tide have been struggling, of course, but the Knights also have had their woes. So keen to see that game play out as well, because again, must win for the Knights to have any hope in continuing their run.
Certainly is. Bottom of the table clash to end things out for the Knights and, of course, for Tide and for our Knight. Let's have a look at the predictions for where we all feel this is going to match up. Now, I will say I was given a little bit of a sneak peek. I am thoroughly disappointed in each and every one of us. This may be the very first time in 2 years in something like, God, I want to say almost like 40, 50 broadcasts together that we have ever all predicted the same teams to win. Xenox, did you know it's the same teams that we've all predicted? That's crazy.
I did notice that. I also know that Dev noticed it too and wanted to change his prediction purely based on it. And I said no. I shut that down.
Yep.
I think we've got to be honest with ourselves and what we've gone with in our predictions. We've got to keep it tight and true. And look, honestly, it speaks volumes to sort of where we think these matchups are going to go, right? Direwolves clearly a team that has shown a lot more than Wildcard this stage. Wildcard, I think, they had a very good Playday 1. They beat Tide, but Tide obviously isn't really showing a whole lot, so then that kind of brings the Wildcard stocks down. So I think Direwolves, absolute clear favourites. The one I will say, though, Rob, GG and Fury, it does feel a little bit disingenuous to Fury that no one has gone for them, considering in that top place position. But I always find with Fury, I feel like almost Elevate's like their grand final matchup. They've gone and won that, but I think Game and Gladiators might just perform that a little bit better against them. So, and look for GG as well. I mean, it does almost feel like sort of must-win territory for them off the back of their loss to the Direwolves. You got to win this one, and obviously Knights and Tide bottom two. Knights probably the better team there. Tide not showing a whole lot this stage. So, yeah, I understand why everyone's gone the same.
Yeah, that's fair. I left you to do my predictions, so I guess that really goes to show how silly I truly am and how silly we all will look by the end of the day. But before we get to the end of the day, we've got to kickstart it. And we've already talked about it, the matchup, Direwolves taking on Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard with somewhat of, I just want to say up and down, year up and down. I don't even know how I want to say this, because it's going to sound brutal no matter which way I go. They've missed the mark, Guz, on multiple occasions. And I think maybe this is kind of like the last hurrah. If we don't see Wildcard really come out of the gate swinging, especially against a team like Direwolves, there's going to be issues.
Yeah, and points, again, if top two is on the cards for them, must needed at this point in time, currently in that fourth slot. So it's certainly achievable for them, but this is a difficult matchup. The Direwolves, obviously quite strong, and Wildcard are sort of teetering along. They had a good first Playday performance against the Knights. Against Tide. They did get that victory 7-4, but since then it has been a little bit of a struggle. Pushing OT against the Knights wasn't too bad of a performance, but it was again the classic Wildcard trope, which is seemingly kind of gone across multiple rosters and multiple players now, where they do struggle sometimes to close out games. That was the story there, but they've had a week to reset. Again, a relatively newly formed roster with some pretty fresh names in this sort of competitive scene at the APAC levels, so keen to see if they can show us the goods today.
I have no doubt that they'll be able to, but I guess really, Xenox, is probably how far this roster will go. You know, we've seen this roster go through so many changes in the last 12 months, 24 months. Do we think that this is its strongest iteration?
I mean, even if it is it still enough to make top two? The answer to that, no, right? I think in some ways there's almost that sort of hopium that Wildcard's going to be able to turn around every time we get into a new stage. They obviously end up winning the sort of first game. I think they've done that for like the last two stages now, where they've won that first game. They've looked really good. We kind of talked them up a bit, and then they just start to fall flat as the stage progresses. So this is the test for them. You have to beat Direwolves. You have to get the 3 points. There's no other way to spin it. They play Elevate after this, and then they play Fury. So you're playing the two best Thai teams that are number 1 and number 2 at the moment, respectively, on the standings. It's must-win territory for a team that has struggled basically for the entirety of APAC South since it got introduced. And, it's time to sort of just put some results on the board that make people go, oh, okay, they're not that bad. Unfortunately, until that happens, you're just going to end up with the same storyline. They start okay, and then they just fall off, and then they finish the stage maybe bottom 2. So they need to be the ones that sort of turn that around. Can they do it? I don't think they can. Personally, against the Direwolves, I think the Direwolves are actually showing their ability to turn around a poor stage 2 after obviously a tremendous stage 1. So, the writing's on the wall for Wildcard. Must win, and honestly must do it in a sort of fairy tale fashion. Otherwise, it's stage over.
And not only would it be stage over for, wildcard, but it would also put Direwolves in the prime position, right? They're coming into this the only undefeated team so far in APAC South after 3 play days. Of course, they've missed one matchup, but they have gone 1-1 in terms of, win one and then win one in overtime. Guys, I mean, this roster could almost be missing Pika and him just not show up to the game, and I think Reaps would almost do the job.
Yeah, for sure. Reaps has certainly been impressive throughout this stage so far. A bit of a slow start, but the last couple of play days he really has stepped it up, and it feels like he's already a nice addition to the roster. So hoping to see his form continue, and it's really about Direwolves just trying to get a win across the line here with relative ease. It should be, again, a comfortable win for them. That is the expectation heading into the day, and they are just nipping at the heels of the top 2 at the moment. So it's an important win for them, especially considering that Fury are in decent form, and although we didn't predict them, there's no way in hell any of us can put the line through Fury to get 3 points tonight, so it's an important win.
It certainly is. It's time for us to have a look at the vetoes. Of course, that being of a best of 1. There is a large amount of importance on where we end up. Nice to see Bank gone, Skyscraper in the mix as well. Xenox, we head to Chalet. I mean, I'm excited about that one. The prospect of these 2 teams competing on Chalet does excite me a little bit, but I feel like it's definitely going to be leaning into Direwolves' play style.
Well, you say that, but they firstly haven't played it, and it's also their most banned map by some way. For reference, 31 times they've banned it. The next one after that was Clubhouse on 21, and then it just drops off even further from that. Wildcard go through pretty much their standard ban process. Skyscraper Theme Park, pretty much instant bans. They just don't play them at all. Oregon's probably one of their 50-50 ones, but it's a map that the Direwolves themselves don't ban and have been playing it. Not necessarily the best results on it, but I think that's an understanded ban there for Wildcard. And then Cafe, the last one, thankfully, because we've had too much of it, is a map that they have struggled on and the Direwolves have performed well on. So I honestly think Wildcard has actually won this map veto process based on just the simple fact that they got the bans that they wanted in Skyscraper Theme Park. They banned out 2 50-50 maps in Oregon and Cafe, and they got a map in Chalet that the Direwolves ban out every single time they play it. They just haven't played it. It's the only map they haven't played. So this is a win for Wildcard. It doesn't necessarily mean that obviously Chalet is like, oh my god, this is the map for Wildcard. It's just not the map for Direwolves.
Look, celebrations for the fact that we're finally seeing a different map outside of Cafe and Oregon. We haven't seen a different map outside of those 2 since Playday 1, but this is the second time we will be seeing Chalet played in Stage 3, guys. Knowing what Xenox has kind of put in front of you, the fact that we've never really seen Direwolves at all compete, especially at this level, does that give you woes at all, or is that actually concerning for Wildcard?
This is the weird discussion, I mean, we always have when a team has very limited or no play on a map. It goes one or two ways. Direwolves have been scrimming it, practicing it, and have been waiting to bring it out on an occasion like this where every game's really important at this stage, but at the moment they really wanted to stay in the run for the top 2, so they'll bring it out today, get that win across the line. But it is, pretty weird. 31 bans. Their next ban map is Clubhouse on 21, so they have absolutely not wanted to touch this map with a 10-foot pole. So Wildcard have, I think, done some really good research. I mean, they might come out and say that they just did whatever on this veto, but we can go with the storyline that they've played it well and looked at the numbers. That's what we're looking at. So very keen to see how this one plays out. Direwolves are on a 10-map win streak at the moment. That does include some of the SEA games more locally, so not quite the same strength as APAC South, but
8 of the 10.
The vast majority, but it is still wins, right? And again, when we consider that Direwolves do have new additions to the roster, it means that they've been around a winning environment, and we'll see if that translates into Chalet.
Well, it's big because all teams have shown that they are mortal here. Direwolves have a great opportunity to head to the top of the table, at least for the first matchup of this Playday. But for your most iconic duo, outside of, the 2 boys next to me, it's your Dandy.
Thanks, Rob. Big calls from the desk. It's time for the Wolves and Wildcard. Should be a great game. And as we get to, it feels like we've only just started Stage 3, but we are actually getting halfway through the stage now. It's crazy.
It does not feel like it's been half a stage. There's been some big results, massive upsets, but if you're the Direwolves, you're currently undefeated through APAC South, and that is a pretty big feat.
It is, and yet Direwolves still do not sit at the top of the standings. They have a chance to land in first place, at least for a time, if they can take a win here over the Wounded Wildcard, who of their 3 games so far have only managed to take a victory in just one of them.
Pretty shocking on the side of Wildcard, but of course they've gone through a pretty turbulent year. They've gone through, I suppose, they've got some good results on the board. They always seem like they come so close to that 5-7 scoreline, but are never able to put it over the line. But this particular matchup, Dev, I am looking to the Direwolves, not necessarily because they show incredible form on Chalet, but because APAC South is all about your week-to-week form, and Direwolves just don't look like that train is going to stop anytime soon.
Keen to see whether Direwolves can have a resurgence, because stage 1 was all theirs. They got first place. They went to the Charlotte Majors. Stage 2, they dropped down. They weren't able to make it to Berlin. It would be a great resurgence for them in stage 3. But we're already quite deep into this ban phase, and it's surprising to me, at least, we're not seeing that Thatcher gone. We're seeing Yana, a set in nades, taken out, and Hibana, one of our hard breaches. Quite unusual on the attacking side for me.
I'd have to agree with you. I think at the moment in the meta, there are so many operators that are just so important on the attacking side that you can't ban out everything. Nades were important at one point, so taking out a set of them does put a thorn in the side of their entries. Same thing with taking out Hibana. Hard breach is not something that is a plenty or very necessary on Chalet, so there are many options left in the form of Ace. And I just feel like the aid of having Flores and Thatcher in does make this attacking half kind of easy, to be honest, Dev.
Well, funny, Chalet is a map that I always considered it to be quite attacker-sided, just in the context of things. And then recently, of course, we've had the entire league start to be a bit attacker-sided. So far, it is only slightly attacker-sided in APAC South, but it's only been played once, so it's hard to really read into that too much. I think I was looking at, I can't remember which region it was, maybe it was NAL, one of the other regions the other day, and saw that Chalet was actually defender-sided, which surprised me. But certainly with these bans, with the Azami taken out as well, I'm inclined to agree with you. Which is why it makes it even more interesting to me that we're starting in what many consider to be the weakest bomb site on the map for the defense. We're down in the basement.
It definitely does fascinate me, but I would have to agree with what Wildcard are trying to do here. They've gone, okay, there's a lot on the cards for the attack. They've got EMPs, they've got Flores, they've got all the explosives they could want except for Yana. So let's just go to this basement where we don't need a clear shield, we don't need to do that type of thing. We'll play an extended roam aided by this mirror, aided by the hatch being open, as well as the KE to deal with those walls and keep them closed to the late round. And I really think that this plays super well into the attacker bans on the side of Direwolves.
Yet Direwolves can also fully change it. Every single one of their members, all 5 operators, changed during the prep phase. So they brought the exact tools that they want for the job, which only includes a single hard breach. So Ace will be the sole operator to open up both the Snowmobile and the Wine Cellar side if they go for both, but Pika's found an early pick. Tuhan, usually a bit of a menace on these early picks. He's playing the aggressive Alibi. I'm not quite sure where he was taken down, but that's a pretty significant blow.
So Tuhan is the player that holds onto that top floor control all the way on the top floor, very far from the basement, and tries to fall off through that master bedroom hatch, the one that's open. Bouncers looking at it now. If that double window is open up early, that's exactly where Pika was. He cut him off super, super quickly, and already Wildcard are down a member.
Direwolves have moved in on the back of it as well. Like that from Bounson. As he retreats, he opens up the mirror window to make sure that the attackers can't use that against him, as he has forfeited dining control. Along with it, the hatch already opened as well, another avenue onto the site. So Direwolves already looking very good here.
Oh, but look at this from Cairo. He's starting to retake this top floor, knowing that the Direwolves are just starting to get this flank watch set up, knowing that all of their players are consolidated on this north side of the building. No one's playing the cutoffs on the south side just yet, so this real estate is still open to him. Now, Banson's also opened up that mirror, so retaking into the ground floor is not impossible for Wildcard at this stage, as the Direwolves start to get control closer to the site.
Wildcard still have the threat of those roamers. You mentioned all the way on the top floor, Cairo, but also Bouncing in bar. One nade goes out. Not sure what util that was to clear. I think that might have gotten a mute jammer perhaps on this wall, which allows the Ace to go and breach it. No breach on Snowmobile as of yet, though. As you can see, Direwolves really focusing their attention on the bomb site, not onto these 2 roamers.
ED starting to rotate that final Selma charge as well over to that trench side and getting open the elbow wall, pinching out the position of OJ, who's about to be in a world of pain. Bad times are headed his way, but thankfully Vinny is there for the crossfire.
The time's ticking away, and that means that these roamers will start to gain a little bit more power, a little bit more traction, and that's why Cairo has managed to flank up stairs all the way in office. On top of that, Bouncers found one, but meanwhile, Direwolves have gone for broke on the site. It's a 2v3 now. Pika looking to find this engagement. Vinny hiding in the corner of Kong Souffle. Upstairs, watching out for these flanks. Pika really has to be the man to step up here. Has to take out this last remaining site player to pressure these roamers, but Vinny holds on. He stands true for the double. And it's a good opening round from Wildcard.
What a beautiful read from Wildcard to open up the series as well, Dev. I really liked that the way they played this hold was so ambitious. They knew that in order to hold on to Chalet, there's a lot of tools for the attackers. Let's do something ambitious. Let's hold on to the room for as long as we can. Waste time. Because if we play these anchor positions, just playing shields, there are explosives galore for the attack to be able to deal with this. And the way that they played that roam was so to perfection as well. They knew that the Direwolves players had all consolidated on the north side. So they said, let's hold on to the real estate on the south side. Let's be the thorn in their side and make sure that we're putting on the pressure relentlessly through the entire round. And we saw that through the open hatch, Cairo retaking. We saw that through the open mirror. Direwolves always had something to worry about.
Especially because we talked about how this should, in theory, be an attacker-sided game. It's a pretty significant achievement for Wildcard to start on the right foot. Wildcard in this series are the lower rated team. They're the ones who, as the guys on the desk said, have had such a turbulent, I'm going to say 2 years. You know, back in the day, Wildcard was the best team in OS. It's a far cry from that any longer. And they almost got relegated at the end of last year, both from the Nationals, OCN, and from APAC South. Now, they kept their head above water there for both of those, but they haven't really done any damage here. They've never been a real threat for a major spot. So Direwolves, they are favored here, and they start with Wildcard getting the first blow.
So I like what Wildcard have been able to do here, Dev. They've brought along the castle, and what that's doing is that's protecting these mirror positions that Vin is holding just inside of this connector box here inside of Library. That is triple castle barricaded off, if I'm not wrong. There's also one on the window here as well. And holding onto this position is so pivotal for this bomb site, because not only do you hold on to the vertical control from inside of Heaven, inside of Mezzanine, you can also hold on to that Library hatch, and it makes the anchors feel a lot more safe, and it's mission critical if the Direwolves want to make their way into the bomb site. Not only that, but there's even a second mirror here to hold on to that double window jump in.
Comes the Roteros from ED. He's been trying to clear out a bit of util. Not entirely sure exactly which bits he's managed to get as of yet, but Reaps has taken advantage of an opening. He's gone and sent it straight on in. He's immediately traded back. The Incandelas come through. OJ flashed, but Vinny not. An early threat of an execute from Direwolves, and Wildcard are wondering what is going on. ED now in mud. He does finally go down. OJ holds it on. Wildcard have weathered the storm here. Direwolves, a very early premature push. And it leaves just Jackie with the last one left. He's got the down onto Tuhan. But 1v3 now. Jump in, not advisable. Goes for it anyway. Isolate these 1v1s. It's a good move from Wildcard to fall back. They're going to play this perfectly.
And the discipline from Wildcard is so good as well. Like you said, they are playing this perfectly, aren't they? They've all fallen back to the site. They're not exposing themselves to the two hatches that they know are open. Just look at the positioning that they've got here. OJ really far away, just playing this long line sight bouncing. He's got ears on the diffuser. Vin still holding on to his position inside of stock. There is no way that Jackie can isolate these 1v1s and pick up the diffuser like this. Unless Bouncin will give away his life like that. Oh, a bit of a dicey one-on-one. Jackie Wu has more bullets and will eventually take him down.
You can't let him. You can't let him try. You can't let him get the opportunity to make it possible. Thankfully, OJ is holding a good angle, but yeah, a little bit scary there, that 1v3 becoming a 1v2. Thankfully, Wildcard, as I said, they weather that storm. They're ready for that early execute. They make sure that even though Reaps gets in, they can trade it back.
And I really like what the Wildcard was able to do there once again. Seeing that explosives for galore, once again, on the side of the attack, let's do something that is going to be very, very hard to crack. And that's holding on to that library box position with the mirror, playing that hatch open. That's not something that we see as very conventional in Chalet. If that hatch is open, it puts a lot of danger on your anchors inside of bar, for example. Anyone playing around that jukebox, that type of thing. And so holding onto that was so important, and that's what they did with the mirror and castle setup. As a result, Direwolves, they just tried to flood in through the ground floor, not respecting that that hatch was open and OJ was playing laterally to prevent them from running in straight away, and that's just so masterfully played from Wildcard.
That said, you can see the idea, like you said, from Direwolves. They tried to go for something a little bit aggressive, try and throw Wildcard off guard. If they've got a really complicated site set up off-site, maybe just try and see if there's an opening. And to be fair, Reaps did have an opening. He was just traded back. Problem now for Direwolves. 2 rounds down on what should be attacker-sided Chalet with Hibana and Yana and Azami out. Cause for concern now. They've taken their tactical pause. We're also just going to go for a quick rehost while we take that tactical pause. But the question in my mind is, what have Direwolves got to do to get back on that horse?
Well, it's a tough question to ask, Jeff, because if you're Direwolves at the moment in this tactical timeout, you're thinking, okay, how do we approach this wildcard defense? Do we, A, the challenge is in front of us, let's face the challenge and crack through it by playing the attrition game with the utility, or B, completely ignore it, which is exactly what they tried to go for the last attempt. Or C, which is kind of a combination of both, where they go, we're only going to deal with a set amount of utility and then push from just there. And it feels like Direwolves, no matter what their approach they've gone for, it hasn't been given enough respect to what Wildcard have brought into the server. And I think they need to take this tactical timeout to get on the same page and deal with it in the right way.
Makes me wonder if there's a bit more to this. Direwolves haven't played Chalet in all of my records. In fact, it has been their first ban in the vast majority of their last 37 maps played. It's just their most banned map by far. 31 bans. Direwolves don't really play this map, yet they let it slip through on the ban phase here. In contrast, Wildcard, they don't play it a lot, but they did play it just 1 month ago against Tide in their first game of APAC South, and they did win it 7-4. So Direwolves are taking Wildcard to a map that they know that Wildcard play, they know Wildcard are decent at. And this is the first time Direwolves are really trying it out in a comp setting for a hell of a long time. Is this a risk that perhaps they're going to regret?
I would have to agree with you there, Dev. I think that Wildcard in these last 2 rounds are clearly showing that they understand the map much better than the Direwolves do. They're making use of the architecture and they're punishing the Direwolves for mistakes that they're making with the map control that they are not taking. Everywhere that there is no Direwolves player, there is a Wildcard player. And that's what we've seen in the last 2 rounds. And it just feels like a huge gap in the knowledge of this particular map between the 2 teams. And I think for sure this is a big risk for the Direwolves.
You can tell the Wildcard have quite a few things up their sleeve. That castle strat you broke down on bar last round comes to mind. It wasn't quite a default setup. It was had its own spin on what a lot of people like to do on that site. And so Direwolves are now having to think on their feet. Fortunately for them, they have a little bit longer of a pause to do so than they would with just a normal tactical timeout, because this has turned into a technical timeout. But what have they got to do? Mid-game, got to adapt, taking an early tactical timeout, only 2 rounds in, but they know that they can't afford to lose too many of these attacks. So what have they got to be talking about right now, knowing that Wildcard immediately will be going to a different bomb site, either Kitchen or Master, on account of the previous 2 being locked. But then for the rest of the half as well, making sure that they can come back, ideally get a 4-2. 4 rounds in a row would be nice. But what needs to be the point of discussion right now for Direwolves?
I think if you're the Direwolves, you're thinking Wildcard, they like to do this thing where they hold as much of the map control as possible. We saw that in the last 2 rounds, right? Wildcard players were everywhere. Even though the hold was bar, we saw OJ, for example, holding on to dining really early. For the Direwolves, if they can make the strength in that early game in those entries work, isolating that first pick, just like they did with Tuhan in the first round on the top floor, that's immediately an in and some real estate that they can get onto the map, because so far, it just doesn't feel like Direwolves have a very good grip of the entire map in general, and finding an in seems to be what they need right now.
They're going to have to do some problem solving on this round as well, because OJ's brought the clash. We're going to dining. On top of this, Kairo's on that Warden. We have seen Direwolves already utilize that Ying quite a bit. Jackie Wu's sticking it for now, so if Direwolves want to try and leverage that for an early push, they better hope that Kairo's not there ready and waiting.
Not only that, but they've also got OJ on the clash. That is a very curious pick for me, Dev. I have absolutely no idea what Wildcard are going for, but I don't really know the past 2 rounds either. I'm sure it's going to be something creative and exciting Wildcard looking to extend up onto this top floor. Not too many repicks on the side of the Direwolves. Deciding to take away the Thermite actually is a curious one for me for the Direwolves. It indicates that maybe they're not going to go for this lobby-sided take. It's going to be more pressure into that top floor take instead. They're not looking to open up that wall.
Yeah, 0 hard breach. It's kind of unusual. Even an ace, so you can at least do it from afar, or Hibana. We see a lot of teams run Hibana on this site. Yeah, sorry. It was Direwolves themselves who banned it. There you go.
OJ, though, immediately contesting this Solar and Trophy side early, anticipating that the Direwolves will start to clear this. I suppose this is what the Clash is for, right? He can get right up close to those windows, challenge the repels, and we can see the play of the Aruni, that's Tuhan, just inside of the closet, ready to contest the repels as OJ gives him the information.
This is awkward, isn't it? What's
Awkward.
Jackie Wu to do here?
Oh, look, he's even resetting the Syria gates. They can't clear it because OJ is at it. And so when they want to throw in that Yin Candela, it's going to be burnt. That's so frustrating.
That is very cheeky. He does go for the flash, but there is some support. OJ has a few choice words for Jackie Wu on the repel. This is a very awkward scenario now for Direwolves. They've taken their tactical pause, and now they sit here for a minute and a bit trying to figure out their situation.
It's awkward, but I think Pika's making the most of it right now. He's just entered in through the basement, anticipating that there might be some wildcard players down here and can start to get control of the main stairs. That barbed wire's just gone down. ED's there to support him as well. And for once, we can see Direwolves actually holding on to more total map control than what wildcard have got so far.
And yet, most of the round has gone, and there's been no real exchange. A bit of util here and there. Jackie was going to throw out another Candela, both of his remaining Candelas, and that times with Pika and Reaps pushing in from West Main. Reaps opens up the exchange. With Cairo going down, it's all for Direwolves. Vinny tries to fight back, gets a double. Hot on his tail are the rest of the Direwolves players. Tuhan there to support though from the stairs, and he does trade back ED. It is a messy round, but on the back of it, Direwolves have the advantage. They know exactly where Tuhan lays. It's up to Jackie Wu now to cover, and Tuhan has to make his move. Jackie Wu jumps in the window and can take him down. Direwolves finally get a round on the board.
That was much, much better from the Direwolves. I really like what they were able to do there. It felt like they went, okay, we've got control so far. We've got the basement floor control. We've got ground floor control. Is everyone ready for a push? 3, 2, 1, let's go. We saw players jump in through West Main, come up the stairs, all at the same time in conjunction with the Yin Candels to cause chaos on that ground floor. Vin was able to claw 2 back, but not without the trades coming through because there were just so many Direwolves players flooding through that West Main position. In the end, winning out the trades did mean that they were left in 2-on-1 situation. They went out on the post plan, and I really like that. It felt like they were much more on the same page that time than what we saw in the previous 2 rounds.
Still just by the skin of their teeth, though. If Tuhan had managed to get that one cross, I can't remember which player it was that pushed in. It was so close. It really could have worked for Wildcard. And the fact that Direwolves can only get around across the line on the tertiary side after their tactical timeout in what was almost a 1v1. It's certainly, they're not out of the woods yet, are they? They need to show that they can now adapt onto these other bomb sites that Wildcard have already demonstrated successful defenses of.
Wildcard, it seems like they haven't changed too much of their approach so far. They're still choosing to bring the mirror. Vin has actually got one more in his pocket. Not sure where that one's going to go down. But once again, we've got this setup inside of dining. Oh, actually, where has that mirror just gone? That has gone into library. Fascinating. Wildcard seeming to read that Direwolves are going to look for this top floor control, and there's no mirror inside of dining this time. I wonder what Wildcard are going for here.
Very interesting. Wildcard are essentially preempting and predicting that Direwolves are going to attack differently to last time. Also a little bit more aggression, I feel, this time from Wildcard. He got bouncing on the pulse, trying to enable a little bit of aggression, making sure that no one's on that balcony outside piano window, and affords the rest of his team a little bit more safety.
But just where is this Direwolves push coming from, Dev? We've just seen the wall go open, but no big entries coming in. We can hear the skeleton key raining out, and in fact, Reaps is the first one to contest Cairo and take down one of the Wildcard players.
That's 3 rounds in a row that Reaps has found the opening pick as well, and every single time it's been on to Cairo, if my notes are correct. So there you go. Very good start from the newest pickup of Direwolves.
I'm not exactly sure where Reaps has just been able to find his in onto the map as well. He's very elusive here on the Nook, and Pika as well, looking to follow up that control on the top floor, knowing that, oh, there we go, there's Reaps coming in through Library. So it must have been the player that was actually playing that Library mirror. It doesn't work out in his favor, and poor Karo goes down for it. And now Direwolves have finally got control of this top floor. He can use the deal to make some vertical, preventing any wildcard players from coming up the stairs. But in fact, there's still some left on the ground floor.
So a lot of map control now for Direwolves that they really paid quite a cheap price for. Not a lot of time wasted. Is Jackie Wu on the buck going to be able to really get to work on that vert? I believe he's already opened up. Can we have a look at the hatch? Is a hatch, con hatch open, Skiz? Yep, con hatch is open. Already quite a bit of vert. I think it's actually Flores doing a bunch of it as well. So, wow, yeah, Wildcard really feeling that pressure on site. They will rely on Bounce and the Pulse on this roam.
And ED seems to be looking for that timing on the execute. He's got the diffuser in his hand. The vertical pressure is there. It's just about making sure that entry comes through without being taken down by Bounce. And in fact, that is the vertical pressure lost. They can't go for that execute anymore until that's retaken. Reaps starting to crawl his way through the jungle, but spotted out by Bouncin.
C4 detonates. Vinny trying to repel the player pushing down blue. Reaps does get down. He's really putting that pressure onto Wildcard now. He finds the kill and Direwolves erupt onto the site. Bouncin is going to need to ace up in the round, and he's not going to be able to do it. Direwolves, what an execute.
And what a great read from the Direwolves as well. They realized, okay, this top floor control, it's taking a bit of time. We've got the vertical pressure, but it's not enough because we've had our buck just taken down. Let's not go for the plant straight away and go for a flood. And we saw 3 Direwolves players, 1 coming down the blue stairs, 2 entering in through the breach, go as far deep into the site as possible. They took down Vin, they took down OJ inside of Connector, and as a result, they had total site control. They didn't need to rely on that vertical pressure that was being contested from Bouncin on the ground floor instead, and are able to take out the round.
Feels like the game has changed so much, hasn't it? You know, it's not really about that vertical play from the Buck. You're not killing these anchors by opening up holes above them. You're putting a bit of pressure on them. But at the end of the day, how did Direwolves win that round? One guy pushed down blue, and I think everyone else just pushed in breach. Maybe one from main stairs. They trust their gun skill and their coordination. It's in that timing. That's the name of the game. And as soon as they have info that one of the wildcard players is upstairs because he's just killed our Buck, that is their cue to move.
Wildcard is starting to take us over to this bar bomb site instead. They're not going to try and repeat the basement. They think that Direwolves are right. They've cracked the puzzle of the basement. Let's try something else. And they're actually not choosing to bring the mirror either, Dev. They've opened up the strapbook and they've shown us OJ. He's gone on to the Yokais instead. Vin has changed off onto the Iruni. And they're looking for, I suppose, more passive intel going into this rather than active intel. We've got all of the Malusi Banshees for the audio cues. We've got Bouncin with those alibis on the windows. They're so pesky to clear. And then OJ for the late round with those Yokais if the Direwolves take too much climb clearing this room.
He's going to have to rotate over with the Maverick Torch to open up a line of sight, perhaps an entryway into Snowmobile, but Tuhan is there. You heard ED shoot the camera. Reaps, not sure whether he heard Tuhan's footsteps, but Tuhan starts to fall back. I believe he did shoot that drone. ED is now trying to open up an avenue to walk through. He's going to have to worry about the player holding him from inside blue.
And it seems like Direwolves are changing their approach to this clear as well. They're looking for a bottom-up clear here, Dev. They're going to go in from the basement, clear where they can, use that Maverick Torch on the storage wall, and see if they can find any of the lingering wildcard roamers in this basement, in this ground floor. Reaps will be the first in the building. The Lion scan 2 ring out, and there's even a yellow ping onto Tuhan. He can take him down, and Reaps once again with the entry pick in this round.
So that's so well played from Direwolves. The E1D, the drone, the yellow ping, and the entry from Reaps. They're looking so organized. They've flipped this game on its head ever since that tactical pause. Reaps has now found his 4th opening kill in a row. He is seemingly unstoppable. As I say that, I jinx him. And OJ sprays him down. Nice little attempt at the trick there with the Maverick, but OJ knows it oh too well.
OJ, of course, being the Maverick player himself on the side of Wildcard, knew that one was coming as soon as Tuhan had died on that basement, and now the Direwolves, they're down in the mound count, bouncing to double down on it. Now 3-on-4 situation for Wildcard. OJ just re-peeking into this basement hole that's been made by ED, but nothing comes of it.
Now Dan in the numbers. What are Direwolves going to do about it? They don't really have a lot of map control to show for it. In fact, all of the remaining attackers are outside the building. We've got Vinny still in dining. You've got Bouncer with mezzanine control. Effectively, zero map control right now. But are they going to be able to entry into the site? Here we go. Jackie Wu's managed to get himself into reading. Cairo just around the corner upstairs, though. May be the one to take him down. Jackie Wu hiding behind the monitor. That is just filthy. He finds a double kill. And just like that, the round is once again flipped upon its head. Vinny has to 1v3 retake. With the DMR in hand, he can reset the Surya gate, but he's got a hell of a lot of work ahead of him.
And just look at what the Direwolves players have done. They're not giving away their lives, holding onto his library position. They know that's the win condition in this post plan. As long as Vin doesn't get control of top floor, he doesn't get control of that hatch, it is all over. And look at that. The gun of the suppressor bringing out, but the upside down. Ooh, Vin, hang on a second. A nice little shot on stops the down repel, but Jackie Wu can take him down. DMR versus DMR, and it is all over for Wildcard.
Man, what a round from Direwolves. What did they talk about during that tactical pause? They've just gone from 0-2 to 3-2. In that round, they were in a 3v4, and they ended at a 3v0.
I really like what the Direwolves have done, though, Dev. Like, I think that they're really on the same page at the moment. It feels like these attacks, these last 2 or 3 attacks they've done, have been so much more coordinated than the previous 2 attacks they did. They are always on the same page. They're always going for the same position of map control. We saw 3 players go for the basement, and then 2 or 3 players go for the top floor. It's no matter what they do, they're doing it together, and that's something new from the Direwolves.
I'm sure that there are a couple people that groaned when I said, while Direwolves taking their tactical pause, oh yeah, they really need to be gunning for a 4-2 here. Some people are like, oh, come on, you know. Stop dreaming. Wildcard's up 2-0. The first 2 rounds have been reasonably dominant for Wildcard. And now it's looking quite likely. Wildcard haven't yet won this kitchen dining bomb site. This was actually where it all started for Direwolves. Wildcard, they won Snow, they won Bar, then they lost here. They went back to Snow, they lost it on the second try, and then the same thing for Bar. So they've completely lost faith in the bomb sites they've previously successfully defended. Now Bounson's going for a spawn pick. It doesn't look like anyone is going to meet him here. But you can see Wildcard really running out of ideas. They're throwing everything they've got at the wall in this final round.
Look at the confidence as well from the Direwolves. They've gotten in nice and early this time. Edie has already made his way into the ground floor, and there's a player to meet him inside of the bar, completely unknown. Bouncing, taken down, and Edie ready for that second player on the blue stairs as well. He swings him in too hard. He can clean it up with the trade.
Thankfully, Wildcard get that trade. Reaps, unfortunately, doesn't get his 5th opening kill in a row. It's a shame for him. But hey, there's more work to be done this round. For the guy who's gone 5-1. Is that right? Wow.
Direwolves, though, they're starting to get control into this north side of the building. Karo will take down Pika, and Reaps as well can go back on trades. And the attrition game is pretty strong for both these teams right now. No one has... oh, goodness, I was going to say no one has a strong inkling into the site, but Reaps can double down on the momentum and take down OJ. Full site control now for the Direwolves.
This isn't a game of attrition. This is a game of rushes. And Souffle sprints up the stairs to take down the final 2 players off site. Bada bim, bada boom. That's the half. 4-2 for Direwolves.
I just ate my own words within milliseconds, Deb. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, wow, these trades are going out so well. This is a mid-round game of Rainbow Six Siege. And all of a sudden, Reaps just completely changes the pace of the round. He saw, okay, this is taking too long. This is slow. The wildcard players haven't consolidated their plays back on the site yet. With that pick that I just got inside of West Main, I'm going to go for it. And that's exactly what Reaps did, changing the pace on the wildcard players, knowing that there's no one there for that refrag and trusting in his gun skill to open up the entire bomb site for the Direwolves.
You know what's scary is that Ying from Direwolves. Every time they bring it, you hear those Candelas ring out and you're like, is this a rush or is it not? Because legitimately you can't tell. Sometimes they just throw Candelas into the site when they're trying to distract away from something else going on the other side of the map or around the corner. But sometimes it legitimately is a rush, like that round where I think 3 or 4 Direwolves players, I think it was 3 Direwolves players at the same time, started to really put that heavy pressure onto West Main, and one of them ended up just sending it into sight for a 2K. Yeah, meanwhile, you got a guy on the solo rappel. It's just all happening all at once for Direwolves. And I really feel like they have the momentum squarely on their side now going into the second half.
Dial was changing philosophies as well from what Wildcard have done. They're actually taking us up to this Master and Offers bomb site. If I'm not wrong, I don't think we've seen this one yet from Wildcard. Yep. This was not something that they like to go to. And they're looking for this very strong horizontal hold that they're doing. They dedicated 3 or 4 Rios to holding on horizontally on that top floor, while the rest of Wildcard players shape up individually around the map, playing these cutoffs, trying to capitalize on any of the mistakes that the Direwolves players might be making.
Wildcard have quite a bit of map control, though. You can see players all the way downstairs. Is that blue outline in kitchen or in the garage basement? Okay, kitchen. Keeping an eye on anyone walking in through trophy. There's actually a nade over the top. Doesn't find him, however. Vinny's trying to drone out that player. He's the one on the nook. He's going to send a second nade on through, but yeah, doesn't find anything. Slow start for Wildcard. Pika's gone in, shot a drone in garage, and fallen back. You can see Wildcard have set up some nice pre-plays, but they are being hunted down.
So Wildcard are looking for a minimalist solo take here. They're not looking to clear the roam that the Direwolves had set up inside of Library. We can see already the flank drones coming out for the Wildcard. They've set them in the basement, making sure no one can retake through Trench. They're making sure that they've sent in nades so no one is playing inside of Trophy. And what that does is enable the swing in from Solar when that entry needs to come through. The next step here is getting that wall open for OJ, enabling that line of sight onto the closet to make sure that Jackie Wu can't be in this pesky position here to contest that rappel in.
The Direwolves are the ones continuing to be a bit pesky. Where was that? It's Reaps. Are they really just going to go for this? I mean, there's still information for Wildcard on this alibi player. Vinny, oh, no way. Did someone get off that drone? He seemed clueless. He had no idea that the player was there ready to swing him. It's gone from bad to worse for Wildcard, and it just keeps getting worse. 2v5 now. Cairo and Tuhan got to pull out something unreal.
Tuhan just looking to see any Direwolves players that might be picking him, but he gets pokeballed himself instead, taken down, now leaving Cairo in the 1 versus 5, unwinnable with only 30 seconds left.
It's alright, pound to the KD a little bit, mate. He's on the breadstick at the moment. I think we might have rehosted after the first round, or the first 2 rounds, so perhaps not all of the kills and deaths are on the scoreboard, so don't be misled, take it all with a grain of salt. But right now, Wildcard are taking a little bit of a breather. They know that Cairo is not winning this one. Instead of giving it a crack, he's just going to hold on. Wildcard can talk about this next attack, where it might be, because Direwolves just won 5 rounds in a row.
I think there was a big difference in the philosophy between these two teams as well. Not the philosophy, let's say the way that these two teams have conducted themselves, Dev. Direwolves, by the end of that last half, they really looked like they were on the same page. They really looked like they all had one idea, one position on the map that they wanted to pinch and clear, and they went for it. Wildcard that time, they tried to consolidate all their players on Solar side, but they couldn't even get that control. They couldn't get any boots in the building. No one could enter Trophy. No one could swing in from Solar. And as a result, all the Wildcard players go, okay, this isn't working. Let's just try something funny, try something new. We'll go off on our own. And that didn't work out because there were Direwolves players there to meet them on the other side of the map everywhere they went. And so I think that just the sheer teamwork between these two teams has really diverged in this series.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? And you really get punished for your lack of teamwork and your lack of timings when you're on that attacking side. Especially in this meta, especially on a map like Chalet. You just take a look at the way that Direwolves played their attacks, right? It's not really about, okay, we're going to commit to hard breach here. This is our push. Our push is this. No, they're about looking for opportunities and then nailing those timings. Absolutely nailing them. That's what the real skill is in Rainbow Six in this current meta. The Direwolves have it. Wildcard, they're just a little bit behind compared to their opponents in this game so far, and they really need to flick a switch because they've lost 5 rounds straight.
And I'd have to absolutely agree with you on that, Dev. Right at the start of the series, we said the difference between these two teams is that Wildcard seem to have a really great grip of the architecture of the map. What Direwolves have is, no, they're not playing this map textbook, but what they are doing is leaning into their teamwork and leaning into those timings, and that is the weakness. That is exactly what the weakness of Wildcard is. They don't have that teamwork that this Direwolves roster has. Now we can see Wildcard, they've decided to go for a full map sweep going to the bar and gaming bomb site. They've decided to go from the north side, clear across, all the way to the south side. And will this be successful for them? I sure hope it is, if they don't miss drone Pika here.
Don't think they've checked kitchen yet, so they're doing all right.
Oh, no.
Speaking of missed drones, though, I mean, there's just so many little things that are going
no.
wrong for Wildcard. It is so difficult to watch, and I'm sure it's difficult as a Wildcard player in the server right now. Direwolves are running rings around them. Player just slipping through the cracks in bathroom in Solar, and then another player slipping through the cracks in kitchen. Reaps and
disconnect.
Peak are now solidifying this roam.
I was going to say, big disconnect between the entries and the droning there. We saw the entry come through and then the drone swing around the corner just a second later, and that cost the lives of 2 of the wildcard entries. Now the Direwolves holding on to so much map control. OJ can take one down, and Cairo as well can go in for a very brave vault in through the window, and now all of a sudden the man count has been evened out.
Yeah, hey, a kill is a kill, right? Like, it is now 3-on-3. A lot of wildcard players are taking a lot of HP damage, but even numbers is even numbers, and Cairo is on the verge of finding another one. He's being pressured by 2 players, but they play it so well, and they best him. Vinny, the last full HP player now on wildcard, but he is stabbed in the back from the player on the mezzanine. It's all up to OJ, who's done a little bit of damage in this round, but it's going to take only a tiny amount of damage to finish him off. 45 seconds to work with in the 1v2.
OJ will have to play this to an absolute T if he wants to close this one out. I think he's just seen Reaps cross over to the corner of Library, making this hop in through the window impossible for him now. Sends in Flashbang, trying to bait out some of these Direwolves players, to looking at this double window now, making his way over to the dungeon window just on the top of these main stairs. Is wary of this peak, but really there's just not enough time, not enough HP, and in fact the Frostmats take him down. The Direwolves pick up yet another round in the series.
I mean, you knew he was going to die there somehow, but that just... I think I actually got legitimately jump scared when I saw that Frostmat.
Not a great way to go out.
No, there are better ways to go. And going down 6 rounds in a row before taking your tactical pause would be one of them. Wildcard. It's been a hell of a long time since you started this game with a bang, 2 rounds of defense on an attacker-sided map. Ever since then, disaster has struck. Look at the glum faces this wildcard roster.
That is exactly what I was going to say. They look so doom and gloom right now on these player cams. They are not happy. Long faces. It is not easy to go down 6 rounds like that and try and claw yourself back in. Now, Hotshot, I believe the coach for this team, taking this tactical timeout. We can see none of these wildcard players talking at the moment, just listening to the coach, see what he's got to say to bring them back in. OJ now starting to get a little bit vocal, but for wildcard, they really need to inject some energy. They really need to inject something to be on the same page as these Direwolves players, because really, Direwolves are just outpacing wildcard in every single way. They're outpacing them in confidence, in timing, even just in these gunfights, in these one-on-ones. It just feels like there are Direwolves players, not just 1, but 2 to swing on them in every way. They have bested them in this series so far.
And Direwolves can... they're laughing about it right now. They've now, as of this round, just passed, guaranteed 1 point out of this game. That puts them on 6 total, which is the same number that Wildcard have out of 3 games. And this is only Direwolves' 3rd game. That's phenomenal. If Direwolves can then take this win, 7-2, 7-5, whatever it is, as long as it's in regulation, they'll jump onto 8 points, which is even above Fury, so Direwolves will sit in 1st place. And they've played the same number of games as Fury and Elevate, yet they will have jumped above them. So a huge victory for Direwolves, especially to do it in such a dominating fashion. It bears such strong hopes for their chances of a return to the Major this November.
Direwolves taking us down to this kitchen bomb site now, holding a pretty aggressive hold in this top floor inside of office. We can see the quad walls in the top of office. Both of them have been opened horizontally. They're immediately contesting inside this mezzanine. They're also contesting this library hallway as well. And if Wildcard decide to do this a map sweep, they're going to be met by a lot of resistance. Already a player inside that library box connector contesting that hop in through library.
Pressure's on Wildcard, last ditch effort. What are you going to do about it? Tuhan's made his way inside, lurking up the main stairs. Back of the Lion scan. Not a lot of info to work with at the moment, however. Gonna have to drone for himself, but he's cautious about getting flanked.
And that's probably what the drone is.
Yeah. Is the fireplace cam still up? It is.
It could be up, but I think that drone is there for the flank drone. So Tuan's gone, okay, we've gone and got this basement control. Someone else going through the ground floor. That's what the second wildcard entry has done. They're just trying to take the real estate that Direwolves have given to them for free so far. And look at this, already so aggressive. Cairo, he's been really brave on these aggressive holds that the Direwolves have set up inside of office.
OJ going to go for a breach. Looks like he is going to go for that office wall. Tuhan getting some information on site. A bit uncharacteristically passive from Direwolves. Looks like they're biding their time, waiting for their moment. Ooh, C4 going to go over the top. Fake ripped. Wildcard now need to go get some vert so they can breach. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Vinny is lucky to be alive. Watch out exactly. Oh, it was an EMP. Secondary EMP on the line. Got rid of that mute jammer. And there you go. Wall is open, but Pika reaggresses.
This could be dangerous for Wildcard if this goes undetected. He's already making his way up the library. Says, is there anyone on the top? There was Cairo there before.
No.
His back turned to him. Pika, oh no, is he be able to find the timing on him? And yes, he is. Cairo to be taken down, and the first pick of this round goes in the way of the Direwolves.
Yeah, and just all that map control along with it, you know? How do Wildcard let that happen? So devastating. Things keep slipping through the cracks. Direwolves will always poke and prod and look for that opportunity. And now Wildcard have to do the same. 30 seconds left. Bouncing so close to finding an opening. But he's taken out. Tuhan now replaces his position, can find one. And Wildcard spring into action. But Direwolves are there. And they take 7 rounds straight. For the full 3 points, they stand at the top of APAC South for now.
That is some pretty shocking performance on the side of Wildcard, and really just a great composure from the Direwolves to pull themselves back in nice and early, get back on that horse and really just ride the momentum through the rest of that matchup. It just felt like there was no more Wildcard in it. The Direwolves were running all over them in the gunfights, in the team play, in the timing. It was the Direwolves.
Big game from Direwolves, 7-2, not 7-1, but Direwolves 7 rounds straight. A huge match from them. Like you said, not Wildcard's finest moment, but Direwolves, this is a huge win to take for them. What does it say about a team when they go 2 rounds down on their favored side and then they come back to win 7 rounds in a row after that tactical timeout? I'm super impressed. I think they're back,
Yeah.
Mandy. I think this is a better Direwolves than we saw in stage 1.
It just felt like the Direwolves looked more practiced than Wildcard did. Wildcard, they looked shaky by the time it got to that second half of the first half. Wow, that's a confusing little sentence. But it felt like the Direwolves, once they had that flow going between them, once the comms looked nice, it really translated into the server. And that's exactly what they need in that tactical timeout. It will take out that series. It says a lot about them as a team to be able to come back into it and still be composed.
What can we say for Wildcard, though? Because they won't be feeling composed after that one. A strong start, a bit of a technical and tactical pause on the side of Direwolves, and then just down the toilet for Wildcard. Not going to be a good team debrief this evening, I think.
Certainly not. They will not be impressed by that one. And I can only imagine that for the Direwolves, they must be feeling pretty ecstatic about that. They're going, okay, we've got this. We have the composure. We're still undefeated. For Wildcard, I don't know. I'm so heartbroken for them. They look like a roster that should have been so much better in Stage 3 dev. So much better. But it hasn't come out in the server.
Still lacking on the chemistry and some of the fundamentals that a team needs. When you pick up 2 players, it shakes things up. But for Direwolves, it looks like their roster pickup has been perfect for them. Reaps found so many opening picks, and he was a key instrument in their aggression on the attacking side. I'm honestly really impressed with him. I think he's made a fine entry into APAC South.
I'd have to agree with that. Direwolves, once they had that early round going for them, it was really all theirs in the attack half. The last 4 rounds that they won on the attack was all off the back of Reaps getting in nice and early. The confidence from their entries, not only Reaps but ED as well, I would say was pretty instrumental in getting that map control as quickly and efficiently as they could. And I think that swapping out a hard breach for an entry is never going to be easy, but it is the kind of energy that the Direwolves needed to get back on their horse in Stage 3.
Well, a great game for the Direwolves. I'm sure Guz has a lot to say about it, so we'll go back to the desk and hear his thoughts.
We will. He definitely wasn't just scrambling to get back to the desk at all. So, guys, what intricacies really the Direwolves bring? Look, Xenox, I'll go to you first here. That is a bit of a, I think, somber finish to the game for Wildcard. It's, 7 rounds straight. That is just... That's telling.
It's disappointing, but I mean, I want to keep it more on Direwolves because I think...
Oh, why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that, right? Who cares about the team that won? What's intriguing to me is it's actually the second week in a row where the Direwolves in the first 2 rounds actually didn't start that well. Looked a little bit sloppy, maybe lost even some rounds that they shouldn't have. They lost the first 2 rounds of the game at Gladiators, and then from there they actually took a tactical timeout and won, I think actually 7 of the next 9 rounds. And we kind of know how the script went in this game, where of course they lost the first 2 rounds, they had that tactical timeout, and they win 7 straight. So I want to know what Odin has been saying to them in these tactical timeouts over the last 2 play days, Rob, and maybe that's a question you can pose in the interview later. But they just look like a different team when they come out of that timeout. A lot more clean, sharper. And not only that, what was the biggest turning difference in that first half was just finding opening kills, just starting to pressure the map a lot more, and getting those opening picks opens up a site and a map like Chalet, and they just really took advantage of that in the first half.
A couple of moments of hope for Wildcard, Guz, but I think dwindling, especially when we consider what lies ahead for them. This really puts a bit of a dampener on their stage. I think more so the way they lost rather than, like the way that it's... the way they lost rather than the loss itself, because Direwolves were definitely pegged as the #1 coming into this one.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback a little bit off Jake's point. I think the tactical timeout was probably the pivotal moment in this match where Direwolves were able to wrangle that momentum back, because from there they were very difficult to shut down, and on a map like Chalet, things can spiral out of control quite quickly, and we saw that in this particular match, which is, again, focusing on Direwolves, a pretty positive sign. This is literally the first time we're seeing them play this map in the last 12 months or so. So quite dangerous, and unfortunately for Wildcard, puts their entire stage in some serious jeopardy now, because that top 2 is really starting to form into more of a top 3, maybe top 4 at the moment, and they're not really in that conversation now.
Well, Xenox said I could pose a couple of questions to whoever it was that was on the interview. We do welcome in ED, as per usual, for the Direwolves. My friend, another great victory for you and the team. Before we kickstart with any questions, pertaining maybe anything that you've heard, I've got to speak to you about this one real quick. We haven't seen you play Chalet for the longest time, and it's been your Insta ban. Why have we seen it now?
Surprise! Just kidding. Like, to be honest, like, our map pool is kind of wild. I have to say, like, we ban it doesn't mean we don't play it. We still screaming it. Just not the right timing, because we all know that some teams have good maps, some teams have so-so maps. So basically, we can play all the map, just what map we want. And today is a good day to play Chalet for this match, and we pick it. To be honest, yeah, no specific reason, we just do it.
Sure. Something's going to slip one day, AD, I promise you. But Xenox made reference to it. You take a tack timeout in only the 3rd round, just after the 2nd, or tech, and it comes back and, you go 7 rounds straight. What's being said? How does the mood, the mindset shift so quickly?
Yeah, like, first, to be honest, like, we believe we are the better team today. Like, it's not any disrespect to the World Cup, but that's our mindset, We deeply believe we are just better. So, first 2 rounds, we are kind of too hyped. We set in some shot, but because we are thinking, we are so strong right now, so, like, everyone getting too hyped, we kind of cross the discipline, you know what I'm saying? Like, we watch the opportunity and we go for it, but the things doesn't go well. So, that timeout is good call by the coach, by Odin. He just tell us, like, chill, just chill. We are a better team. Just chill, don't think that much. Just believe in yourself and do what we practice for, and things just come out well. Yeah.
Speaking of Odin, we've kind of alluded to, a lot of Direwolves' success for it being a team effort, and obviously your coach, your analyst is always such a big part of that success. Has anything changed in particular heading into Stage 3? Obviously, Harambe out, and we've got Reaps in, who's been performing phenomenally, might I add. But has something changed to the structure of this team that maybe indicates to this incredible comeback from stage 2?
Yeah, like first, Harmbay go to the analyst, and with the Odin, I think it's actually the one of the biggest key. I mean, not many one will like notice it, but they actually working kind of good because Harmbay he will give us many stats that very useful, and he can also work very well with Odin. So like compared with last few days, we have more complete info to our opponents. Like we understand what they play, how they play, and we can we can play more well for the match every time. And by the way, we learned it from BDS. We play that same practice run with them. When Charlotte major. So yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, but and Rips, I don't have to say anything about Rips. Like after he joined us, the thing just go very well. He's very fitting with us. Like he have very good capability to snowballing early round. Also have capability to close up the late round. So I think right now we just do what we do and everything and I feel like God is helping us at this moment. Yeah, no one can stop us.
Well, when I spoke to you at the start of the stage, ED, you definitely felt like that was going to be the way, and obviously you made mention as to how good Reaps truly was. You called him one of the best fraggers in the region, so it's good to see it's all coming back to fruition. As per usual, do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Let me think about it. How many matches we left for the major? Do you have any
3
idea?
games left.
3 games
We
left.
have 3
Okay,
games
guys.
left.
Let's take it 2. See you at major, guys. Bye bye.
Keep it simple, keep it short, and keep it sweet. Thank you very much for joining us, ED. Congratulations on your victory. We look forward to watching what will be 3 hellish games for you on the back end. But for everyone at home, you do not want to go anywhere. This one is sure to keep you on the edge of the seats. It's, Fury taking on the Gladiators.
You still sit around, yeah. What you waiting for? Get moving, this is time to go. We'll never turn around, yeah. Got everything we need, so we gon' live it up, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. There's no better time than now. Keep Oh, there's no better time than now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep going up. I wanna day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 night. I wanna day and night.
Got everything I need and more, more, more. Grab a cup, oh, 'cause mine is going over. Like every morning is an open door. Got truth, casting a spell over me. Me. I don't need a high to fly away. 'Cause I built this paradise. This inexpressible thing feels like it's dancing for me, and I came to celebrate. Moving the way that I like it. Think I got it right this time. Got everything I need and more, more, more. Grab a cup, oh, 'cause mine is going over. Like every morning is an open door. Got truth, casting a spell over me. No, there ain't a thing I wouldn't do just to keep this vibe alive. I know the words that I say show up materially, even when I don't need to. Moving the way that I like it. Think I got it right this time. Got everything I need and more, more, more. Grab a cup, oh, 'cause mine is going over. Like every morning is an open door. Got truth, casting a spell over me.
All right, we're back and we're ready to rumble. It was said before the break, I don't forget the teams this time. Fury and Gladiators will go head-to-head. Welcoming to the desk, it's Dev and Mandy to break this one down. Mandy, I'll give you a short little second here. How do you feel for the wildcard camp? Do you feel optimistic? Do you feel hopeful for the future?
I do not feel super hopeful after that game.
No. You got to give it to us. Give it to us the way you really want to say it. If we went on broadcast right now, how would you say it?
I can't say that. I can't say that on the broadcast, Thematic. You know that. But I'm not hopeful for wildcard. I'm not hopeful for wildcard. Direwolves look good.
They do, Dev. They look revitalized after what has been a miserable stage 2.
Yeah.
But we still got hope for them.
well, I guess
very
you could
clearly
say-
showing they're the best.
I guess you could say at least OS has one good team. It's a shame it's Direwolves. It's not actually an OS team, just an OS org. Because, yeah, the rest of OS certainly hasn't been too hot right now. But at least Direwolves are doing well. Great to see them. And ED was very confident he'd make it to the major. I'm keen to see if it can happen.
Well, I think the past 3 performances have convinced us they are currently the only undefeated team in APAC South and may remain it. But 2 teams that are going to go head-to-head, and really, I think, incredible storylines. Gladiators and Fury. At this point, there is so much to talk about in terms of, you know, where they've come from, where they are now. But, Dev, I'll probably go back to you to begin with. I mean, does it get much better than Game and Gladiators? You know, the new dogs in the scene, just wow. They from start to finish, they have really shown us that they deserve this spot.
100%. They even went to the major. They even took down Oxygen at the major. They won a single game during the group stage. They got very close against Wolves twice, lost 2 times in overtime. One of those was an 8-7 where really it could have gone either way. And then their final game of the major was an 8-7 over Oxygen, which at the time was a very strong North American team. So Gladiators, yeah, you're damn right they deserve this spot. They took it away from Order. They also took down Bliss in the promotion relegation tournament to get this spot. There's absolutely no doubt they deserve it. The question now isn't whether or not they deserve it, it's whether or not they can go back-to-back majors.
Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be something special? Mandy, do you really think that we could potentially see this roster go back?
I think it is definitely possible. What you need here in APAC South is consistency. So far, the Game Gladiators, they really haven't played too much of APAC South. They've really only played 2 Playdays. It's kind of hard to judge just how good their form is right now, but they are definitely within that top 2 for me.
Oh, top 2. I mean, a team that truly is in the top 2 at this point in time, it's Fury. And I think that by all remarks and everything that we have seen from the Fury roster, Dev, they've just gone leaps and bounds ahead of where we could have ever hoped for them. We had completely written this roster off in Stage 1, and I think the predictions are still kind of catching up to that point because none of us have gone for this team, even though before the Direwolves win, they were sitting on top.
Yeah, well, Fury have had a fantastic comeback this year because, like you said, we did write them off in Stage 1. Back then, really the only redeeming factor was Spacehead. He was like the only player on that team that looked like deserved his spot, and he doesn't even play for him anymore. You've got a big redemption for players like Dark, like Hollis and Hajime. You've got BG Man and I9, formerly Napew, coming from Elevate, formerly back at the start of this year. They played on that Elevate team. Now they've made their home here on Fury, and in Stage 3, this team has been a real competitor. Not just that, but a shoo-in for the major, which is astonishing. If you told us that in Stage 1, we would have said, you're pulling our leg. But now in Stage 3, Fury are a very different beast.
They certainly are, and now the top side of the bracket is only going to get more interesting from here with all these teams fighting for that number 1, number 2 spot. Let's go to the vetoes and have a look where we're headed. Mandy, before we see it, do you have any thoughts?
I just hope that we do not see Cafe. Oh, thank goodness. That one has been banned out. We've seen a lot of Cafe this APAC South. We really have Villa. Okay, that's something a little bit more exciting. So for Fury, it seems like Fury like Villa. It is within their map pool. Now, you get 4 bans, so you only have to learn 5 maps. I really hope I've got that math right. And Fury play quite a lot of Villa. They play a lot in the Operation League, the Tier 2 League in SEA. It seems to be something that they're quite comfortable on. On the side of the game Gladiators, though, we haven't seen them play it in quite a while.
Does that give you any concerns whatsoever, Dev? I mean, we saw what happened when Direwolves hadn't played a map for potentially ever.
Yeah. Well,
are you in the same camp?
I am going to run with that one. As much as I love to go on the stats, I kind of like to speculate here. The last time Gladiators played Villa, it was against Oxygen at the major. And there's no doubt that they would have scrimmed that map in preparation for that game as well. So you think Gladiators probably have quite a lot of international scrim experience on this map. They've also had the experience of losing to Oxygen on it, which they would have taken a lot of really important learnings from. They haven't played it since, they haven't shown it since. I'm sure that it has been reworked in their own strategies in the meanwhile. So I'm actually quite optimistic for Gladiators. I want to see what they've been working on. I want to see what they've got to cook up for us, because Fury is not going to be an easy team to beat. Even in Stage 2, when these teams played each other, it was only a very narrow 7-5 win for Gladiators. So Fury is always going to be a formidable opponent.
They certainly are, and look, to be fair, both of these teams need this win. Every team right now vying for that top spot, maybe outside of Knights and Tide. But it is time to throw to our impeccable, gorgeous, incredibly high standard of casting, professionalism unlike you've ever seen in this world. It's, of course, Guz and Xenox.
Oh, I for a second thought he was going to honestly throw to someone else, because that's certainly not true about either of us, Guz. But I am very much excited for this game between Gaming Gladiators and Fury. I know that we've basically said it all stage long that every game really matters, and all of them within their own merits. This is massive, though, for Fury. After this game, they have their break, and then they play Wildcard and Tide. Quite honestly, I'm going to say it. If Fury win this game, I think they will go to the major.
Yeah, look, I am currently frozen on my vMix feed, so I've absolutely zero idea if this is going out to broadcast, but if it is, hello world. Super keen for this game. I think the predictions were quite lopsided towards GG, admittedly, but kind of hoping that this will tighten up that mid to top table battle even further. And as well as that, I'm just keen to not be going to cafe. So a nice change of pace for us as well.
That's true. We've had cafe every single time we've casted this stage since Playday 1. Good to be on something a little bit different. Over to Villa we go for this one. Gaming Gladiators attacking first, Fury on defense. It's also our first Villa for the stage, as Line does get banned out. And again, sort of going over some of the narratives here, of course, as I said, if Fury do end up winning, this puts them in basically pole position to make the major, consider wildcard tied, you know, both towards the bottom end of the standings, but more or less then also getting rid of another direct competitor in Gaming Gladiators. And obviously then that means vice versa is true for GG, guys. They have to win this one. They have to deny Fury from getting points, and they need the points themselves. They've only played the 2 games. They've already had their bye break, but if they take down Fury, puts them back in the pack that was spoken about before. As Nook gets banned, so does the Pulse. So a lot of the roam game being taken out of this one.
Yeah, very aggressive bans here from both teams. Lion excelling in helping to hunt down roamers and lurkers. Nook, a great operator to facilitate lurks on the attack, especially on a map like Villa with that basement floor. Pulse as well taken down. So again, hunting down some of these attackers will be tricky, and Nitro cells on this map also potent. And then Valkyrie, of all 4 bans, the most standard to come through. So very intrigued to see how it will play out. Means that the likes of Thatcher and all the hard breach still available. So a lot of the game here, I think, is going to revolve around the early round, actually, getting that map control, and then being able to quickly transition that towards site pressure, because you are going to have the tools to get that done. It's just making sure you're able to get in those positions. And that's what the defense is going to be trying to compete against, and preventing the attackers from getting that pressure onto site itself early.
Speaking of site, Aviator Games, AVG, it's where we go for the opening round. Fury on the defense first here on Villa. As I said, first time we're actually seeing this map in APAC South this stage, so not really a whole lot to go off of in terms of past subsample statistics. I think obviously Villa generally has always been slightly more favored to the defense, but as is the case with a lot of the maps now, I think attackers have generally started to sort of ramp things up a bit, and therefore I kind of consider Villa to be quite 50-50. And when I look at a lot of these bans as well, I think this really could end up coming down to fighting on site. Obviously, that roam game is so important as well, getting that map control. If you're able to do that, if you are gaming Gladiators, then that can go a long way in finding success early on. They bring in the Ossa as well, which is a little bit intriguing, along with Flores. For AVG, a lot of it's obviously going to be coming down to clearing out a lot of that utility, and some of that utility, the keeper barriers from like Colas. You've obviously got the EDDs from Hajime as well to sort of try and clear out. The ADSs from Dark, and along with those mute jammers. So a lot to clear out, a lot to get through, try and open up this site for GG.
Blackbeard, no hard breach, Nomad for flank watch, all the hallmarks of a northern push here for GG. Doesn't look like that will be the case immediately though. Instead, preempting pressure over towards Brown stairs. It's jump out from Dark, denied. Very ambitious, no trade from the window. So already chaotic, and that's what we anticipated. Chaotic early to mid rounds with these bans in play.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind that from Fury, especially early on. It's only the opening round. In saying that, site like AVG can typically be a little bit difficult to sort of push through. And if you're giving away free picks like that, it really does make it a lot easier for the attacking team. Like Colas, obviously holding top Brown stairs at the moment, doesn't peak off of losing that barrier, instead just replaces it. But now down a player, it does sort of mean that the Gaming Gladiators can clear through, a little bit slower if they need to. They've got time to honestly get through. A lot of Brown stairs presence though. It does mean like Colas when he swings should get traded, and does so. It's 1-for-1, but it's now Brown stairs position control for Gaming Gladiators.
Sure is. The plan's working out. BG Man able to fortify site just in time before Hoven's able to swing. Half the round to go. This is where that pressure is going to constrict site. I9 scouted out by the Arna clone. Droned out as well to confirm his position. Needs to try and make a play alongside BG Man to even out the man count, but it's Ape elsewhere. BG Man, Hajime now in the 2 versus 4. The Nitro cell to maybe recover the round, but that won't make a play. Oh, Talon shield in hand. Hajime as well. Another bad Nitro here from the defense, and BG Man stranded in 1 versus 4. Picked off, and GG take round 1.
Yeah, I don't know if you're standing in the middle of the doorway to sort of just rip that Nitro cell. That was a little bit chaotic actually from Fury in the end, but I got to give all the credits to Gaming Gladiators. That was pretty clean for the most part. You get that early kill. I know that obviously Dark's going for some kind of run out, some kind of jump out, some kind of early kill in that round. You punish that, that's fine, but Brown stairs push was really good. The presence of 3-4 players around that area of the map. You trade 1 for 1. Okay, obviously if you're the player that dies, that's not ideal for you on a personal level, but for the team, that's a big win to get top round stairs control pretty early on in the round. I think there's about a minute and a half left or so. So it was a pretty good pace being set by the Game and Gladiators. And Fury just threw too many lives away for nothing. On a site that typically you can kind of hold those positions generally rather deep into the round. ABG itself, even top round stairs. Positions like Vault, really good for that last 20-30 seconds as well. You really want to try and force out those late last second plants at default behind Vault door, but ultimately it was all too easy for the Game and Gladiators. They take the opening round, they attack a repick heavily into the second round as well, as Fury will probably reel things in a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's fair on the defense here to be quite proactive and aggressive outside of the site, especially without Pulse on the board. You do need players physically in positions outside of the objective to scout locations, but jumping out and getting aggressive is excessive, but it is only the first round, and that sort of pocket strat could sometimes work out and turn the round in your favor. So expect things to be reeled in a little bit here now. Fury were under pressure the majority of that round. There's always going to be a difficult one to bring back. So let's see now if things standardize a little bit. Kitchen defense here from Fury. Some setup, some pressure up above, and it's looking like a full map sweep from GG. Again, the Nomad once more in play to cover those flanks. Soft breach as well to help aid in this clear. Dark will be the first to potentially engage. Aruni with the DMR, but he'll fall back.
Yeah, and I want to see a little bit more of this lurk play from Fury rather than the run-out play. Obviously, there's no Nook that you have to contend with throughout the map in terms of the counter lurk, and you don't have the Lion either. So I think generally Fury probably want to try and play into that a little bit and try and take some of those fights, try and get some off-meta positions, try and catch someone off guard, get that opening kill through that. I don't think you can just sit on site. With these kind of bans, you probably want to try and get involved. And did see someone from Fury lurking around 90 and they've completely fallen off it. And I don't know why. I mean, maybe, I guess, just wanting to keep full vert control, obviously, on top of kitchen dining is going to be sort of their win condition. They do drop down, though, rather early, and then they lose like colas. So, I mean, at the moment, it's just all Game and Gladiators. That's a good shot back, though, by Hashime, and he needed to hit that one. Brings it back to 4 versus 4, but they have given up a little bit of that control above. I think BG Man still maybe lingering around Astro, but minute 20, obviously Game of Gladiators getting that vert control pretty big here.
It's really hard to get a feel for that pressure from GG on the top-down view, but Fury felt the heat, dropped off, obviously caught off guard. Hajime, that's 2 big kills. I mean, the swing down below was good enough, and then the Nitro to follow up, even without Pulse on the board, a staple sometimes on this site for some particular teams. So Fury doing a good job here, making the most of what was a pretty bad situation, and now it's up to GG to try and recover the round. 45 seconds to go.
I was waiting for that swing from BG Man, but obviously the nade was not cooked for very long, so he also had to sort of wait. And by the time he waited that long, probably wasn't worth swinging anyway, especially with now 40 seconds left. Big Nitro Cell from I9. Well, the Nitro Cells weren't that great in the last round. This time a little bit better. Shots a little bit interesting here in Sheets is, well, I think they're just going to maybe fall away from that one. Tolji so low, managing to stay alive with Joe. Now in a 2 versus 3 time against them. Hajime's got 3 for the round. That's going to be 4, a quad for Hajime, and a big round win for Fury. It's 1-1.
Yeah, really big round. Again, I stand by that swing down below after the drop-off was a really critical one. Probably not a favorable fight, but still won it out. Then able to snowball from that point onwards. Fury able to equalize the scoreline in the process, so doing a good job. The Nitro Cells as well, quite impactful. A stark contrast to the first round where they were crutching them and ultimately failed. So just tidying up a couple of their aspects of their gameplay here is always a positive sign. Back up above we go. And in terms of the operators, nothing standing out as being too obtuse. I'd say maybe the Jackal in play is an interesting one from Joe. Anticipating some sort of extension, some sort of roam over towards the south. Fury showed last round that they are not afraid to fall off early.
I think typically when you bring in the Jackal here, you want to probably just sweep down below, expecting Fury to have a lurker down below. Again, no Lion, no Nook, so you really do want someone to be probably roaming, but you kind of look at the lineup from Fury and you wonder who's that going to really be. Maybe Dark after he places those ADSs, goes for a roam, potentially Hajime, especially if he wants to get some intriguing EDDs located around the map. But I have this feeling at the moment that Fury are not playing into the roam game. We saw a little bit of presence, obviously, in the last round above, Burt control and all of that. That's pretty normal, but even when they had that player sort of positioned around 90, they fell back so quick. So to me right now, they're looking to maybe keep it a little bit more contained around the site itself and less playing into that roam game, which I think will work out well for them, because if Joe's bringing a Jackal, you don't want to be playing that roam game anyway.
Joe posts up over towards the south. That's where GG are able to gain all this information. Tricky to know if I9 snuck through undetected. Just sweeps across now. He's able to reposition here. Catch GG off guard. Be a big play. Let's post up in bar. Double sweep down below. Good coordination from Ape and Joe. GG getting good ground here on the first floor. Horizontal take could be the play in trying to clear out these roamers. Have to see how it works out though. Could be quite volatile.
Same kind of mindset really as kitchen dining, right? But just sort of rolls reverse. Nice swing from I9. Like that peek on the right-hand side down the hallway. It's a really good angle onto Joe, pushing up top Brown. Expecting to get sort of pushed on here, but I think Hoven's going to give up on it. Ape does have a drone getting some information, but again, by falling down, they are not going to be able to play that horizontal take. They can come back up through red stairs, but it's barbed wired off anyway, so you're giving up intel. I think Gaming Gladiators might just be a little bit stuck here. I think the best path is to probably win the fight down below, clear out these two lurkers down below, and then push up later.
Well, with Jackal dead, good luck finding them, unless your droning is going to be really good, and they showed on the top floor that it wasn't. So it needs to be tidied up here, and they only have a minute to go. So time's going to be a very precious commodity, and they're just going to walk in. Freebie for Dark. Hajime is in an off-meta position. He'll probably find a pick if someone lurks in sheets as well. So it's fallen apart here, really, for GG. Ape has something to say about it. Hajime needs to be careful. Oh, he whiffs. This could be pivotal in the round if Hajime falls, but he steps up. Another huge kill, and Fury should lock in this round.
9 kills now between Hajime and Ape. That's a big, big win, though, from Hajime. Rick's getting one at the low collars. One more to your left, though. That's the wrong one. That's a BG Man double kill to finish the round for Fury. They go back-to-back here on Villa after a sloppy opening round on APG. They've won the last 2, and I would probably assume they'll be heading back to Aviator Games for the 4th round forthcoming, unless barring a surprise trip down below to Library Living. Big turnaround, though, from Fury, guys, and it feels like they've sort of worked on just really cleaning things up a bit after a sloppy opening round. The next 2 rounds after that, just so much clean.
Yeah, a couple good plays. I9 being able to get through undetected, not being droned. Obviously, that ultimately comes down to the attack not droning well enough, but he found his window, he made the most of it, he got the opening pick. Once that's the case, Fury can apply so much more pressure on GG, and ultimately time comes in and plays its factor as well. And unlike last round where Fury were really determined to quickly fall off at any sense of danger and get back to site, this time they stuck to their guns, it paid off. Hajime as well with a pivotal pick that could have gone either way after his initial whiff, eventually secured it. And Fury now really starting to find a bit of momentum, gather a bit of momentum. Let's see, though, if they can return to AVG and get a win this time.
I would imagine this time around, probably not expecting to see Dark go for anything too crazy here. And then really, for a site like Aviator Games, you don't have to do a whole lot. I think this site, more than any on Villa, is just all about holding those critical key possessions, making sure you don't give up top round stairs control too early on into the round. Obviously, you want to make sure you've got that player inside a vault. He can't get bullied out of there. Even positions like landing, study, etc. Like, just keep those key positions in your control for as long as possible. If you find an open kill or so, especially on the defense, then that's just a bonus. You just don't want to be throwing lives away. Don't be throwing away those key positions. But we'll see how they do want to play this. It looks like at the moment, though, Gaming Gladiators coming in from the northern side, looking for a push through stat trophy rather than study presence, rather than potentially Brown stairs control, which won them the round in that opening round. So they're mixing it up here, and I don't know if that's going to pay off for them. Dark, just moments away from maybe collecting a freebie there on the Ape, pushing into bedroom. He survives, they survive, and for Gaming Gladiators, they really do need to find a little bit of form here going into the back half of this opening half. Otherwise, it could really slip away from them.
It all starts with finding a pick here, but Fury determined not to put away again. They jump out and no serious pressure. Everyone falling back to site. Dark gets a single drone. then falls back. There's still 9 in the bank for GG. They'll have all their corners now covered. A small threat for a flank, but Hoven's watching that. Nitro could play a part as well from down below. But this is going to come down to a really old school, messy execute late in the round.
Yeah, and I think having no presence around Brown Stairs is going to be a big factor for that. It keeps the south side very much fortified for gaming Gladiators. There's nothing through study. I mean, it's just a very one-dimensional take at the moment from the Gladiators, except for Hoven down below.
That's nice.
That is a little bit different and gets a bit fortunate by getting the down with the Dark Light Callers falls as well. At a really inopportune time, a good position over towards 90. There's that Nitro Cell. It all just pops off though. And suddenly, from what looked like maybe an opportunity for the Gladiators, it's turned into a disaster. Fury are up 3 versus 2. Still 50 seconds, but where's that diffuser? It's over at 90, so that has to be recovered as well. This is looking awful for the Gladiators.
The pulse ban having little impact on the explosive play in this match. So typical of Villa at the moment. Hoven told you. Now find themselves on the back foot after such a good start to the round for GG. 25 seconds to flush out these players, but they will get mowed down by Fury 3 rounds straight.
Tactical timeout called already, and rightfully so. Gladiators are just getting, honestly, torn to pieces here by a very, very strong defense from Fury. 3-1. And again, remember to set the stakes for this match. Sometimes it's easy to just think, oh, it's just one game. It's a best of one. You have to remember what's on the line here, guys. We don't want to go into a position where we say that things are locked in. Well, we're into play day 4 of 7 play days. These teams only get to play 6 times this stage as well. If Fury win this game, they only play 2 more teams for the remainder of the stage. Wildcard and Tide. One of them winless, and one of them is on a losing streak of 3. They would be in a box seat to go to the major if they can complete this game. And that then takes away a spot from Gaming Gladiators. It's that sort of 2-pronged attack. This would mean for GG, they would also have 2 losses already in the back pocket, which is not ideal. That's not what you want, especially with the way that the top end of the standings is looking like. They need to turn it around, not just for the sake of this game, but for the sake of this team returning to the major.
Yeah, and if you're a neutral fan of the league, if you don't particularly favor either team, Gaming Gladiators winning this in regulation really does make the top 4 so close. It'd be a 2-point spread from Divals down to Gladiators contending for the top 2. So it would make for a very, very close finish. So trademark of APAC South towards the back end of this stage. So this is a big moment. If Gaming Gladiators here can quickly come up with a plan to win a couple of rounds here and keep it close and keep themselves in it and keep regulation on the cards, then good on them. But yeah, the last 3 rounds have been very, very disappointing from their perspective. But for Fury, they've been able to bring it right back. Obviously, the first round was basically a complete write-off. The jump out into the death, into the snowball, which they lost. But then they've been able to change up sight, win a couple rounds, then go back to AVG. And even after a pretty disappointing start, good vert play from GG, they brought it back with vert play of their own and then were able to lock it out. So this is, yeah, really brewing into a very exciting game, and hopefully, for the sake of the game being close, GG will be able to start mounting a round or 2 back.
In this particular game, Ape has been performing pretty well, but has had a rough stage thus far. And when you do get Ape sort of back playing at the level that we saw from him in stage 2, guys, and obviously a big reason for them having such a largely successful stage, everyone else has sort of then started to, well, fall away a little bit, and he started to sort of stand back up. So this is a big moment, a big turning point for Gaming Gladiators. Apparently their tactical timeout now turning into a technical timeout, so obviously that may just take a little bit longer, and I think that's probably more to the favor of the Gladiators. Fury will honestly feel as if this is going to end up being too long, and who knows what sort of repercussions that may have. But, you know, in all honesty, sort of now flipping the script a little bit over to Fury, staggering sort of storyline that this team has produced for this calendar year for 2022. You think back to stage 1, 0 and 7, minus 31 round differential. Stage 2 was the improvement stage, guys. It's where we saw a couple of roster changes as well. They got 9 points from that stage, 3 wins, 4 losses. Stage 3, they haven't had a single regulation loss. Only the one OT loss, that was back in Playday 1 to the Direwolves, who at the moment sit in top spot. So massive turnaround from Fury. It's great to see them sticking with it, really, as a team throughout the entire year, improving, and now in a position where, honestly, they're not that far away from making a major. It's not like it would be locked in, even if they do win this game, but boy, they'd be in the box seat. They'd have to stuff it up. They'd have to lose to Wildcard and/or Tide, and that would be basically a throw from Fury, the way they're playing this stage. But for Gaming Gladiators, down 1-3 at the moment, again, for those just tuning in. Tech timeout now has been called, so may take a little bit longer here, hopefully not too much longer, but they've got to win this game. They have to honestly even get all 3 points.
Yep, exactly. So the next couple of rounds are going to be key. GG haven't had a good start, but if they bring it back through 3 the half, that would be okay on a 50-50 map like Villa. I would be a little bit concerned for them if they're heading into their attack, into their defense at a deficit. Wouldn't look great on them. Especially at the moment, I just don't think they're particularly in sync with what they're trying to achieve. And with those bans being in play, you need to be quite coordinated on your extensions on the defensive roam. And we've actually seen that from Fury, ignoring the first round, actually be quite strong and pose quite a few issues for GG, where they're just being a little bit slow in getting that map control, don't look particularly confident, and then that transition, they're under quite a bit of pressure, not necessarily from Fury themselves, but from the clock, where they know they need to make a move, and Fury have the positions and the utility in place to lock down those pushes as a group. So yeah, keen to see how this plays out. As for I was just going to say, as for why we're waiting, well, we're not waiting anymore. So back into the game, round 5. Fury again with a 3-1 lead if you are just joining, over to Kitchen and Dining for the first time in this game. And this does really feel like a critical point in this match.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's a turning point. It's a turning moment with basically 2 rounds to go in the half now. I sense Gaming Gladiators have to win 1 minimum. Ideally, they win the last 2. Bring up that 3-3 scoreboard, and then you can go into the second half feeling a little bit more confident. And, you know, maybe, who knows, this could end up being rather defender-sided. I will add, obviously, we've spoken about the bans, and I think it actually probably puts a little bit more pressure on the attacking team, not having that Nook, not having that line available to be able to clear out the map and roam a little bit. It does make things a bit more tricky. So we'll see what happens, obviously, in that second half before we sort of do make those assumptions. But at the moment, 1 sloppy round from Fury and then 3 great rounds from Fury, and that's really the main takeaway. We need the Gladiators to really set the tone themselves.
Can they do it though? Let's see. They have the tools available. Puck sledge, so double vert. Again, Nomad in play, so the reflank, the retake is going to be tricky. Fury. Expect that Yana to scout info and also have nades in pocket alongside Joe. Hard breach as well now in play with Fritz. Let's see if Gladiators can really piece it together. The first element of the defense that needs to be cracked is this triple wall. It has been reinforced, and Hajime has posted up. He's been so strong in these power positions. The stats have been reset due to the rehost, but I believe he was on 9 kills at the time the rehost was called. Really been popping off. And again, Fury just dropped straight off. Like, the tiniest bit of pressure, and Fury are gone. Yeah, so GG need to quickly transition this control and get work done.
It's like I said before, it's almost as if they don't want those engagements. They don't want any sort of even roam game or even a battle above that. Yeah, any bit of pressure, and they just drop straight down and give up those kind of positions. Which, one credit to Gaming Gladiators is they've done this a little bit quicker in the round 2, right? So now they're actually going to benefit a lot from it. And I think this might backfire a little bit on Fury unless they go for, you know, a late wrap up red stairs and try and just peek from above and try and find a kill that way. But 90 seconds left, full vert control for GG. A lot quicker in their pacing here, and it may give them the benefit really for the remainder of this round.
I think Fury really just trust themselves at the death in sight. They've got 3 bulletproof cameras up as well, so they should have a wealth of information, provided those aren't taken down from vert, which may be possible if scouted. Like Colas gets a pick, so it's hovering on the vert. So that Jules being won from down below. And Fury just seem to have such a good stronghold of every objective right now, and Game & Gladiators are struggling to isolate these picks and give themselves an upper hand heading into the final 30 seconds of each round.
50 seconds left of the round. It's APAC again. The only one really that's able to find kills at the moment for GG. Like Coles gets the red ping, but he's a little bit delayed on it, so he's a little bit slow at the moment from Sheets. In fact, doesn't even push out. And it does give APAC a reprieve. He was almost going to get pushed on aggressed again. He's already found 2 kills in this round to bring it to an advantage now for the Game of Gladiators after Fury got the opening pick. But I9, he gets the red ping as well. He gets the free kill. APAC just a little bit too stalled out on that position for too long and eventually got hunted down. And Lycola still has Sheets' position.
15 seconds remain. Tolji finds one. Joe as well. It's flipped once more. I9 over towards red. He would have been called out before. GG, lock it down. It was messy, but they needed a round. That's what they got.
Yeah, they needed anything, really. It didn't matter how it was done, whether one player was left standing, whether it was flawless, whether they got planned. Didn't matter. They got the round win. It's 2-3 going into the 6th round, so it just puts them into a position where they can come away with a decent half. Honestly, I think 3-3. Both teams will feel content with that. We head to Stat Trophy for the final round of the half, and last time we saw this, it was largely similar. It was a hold down below kitchen dining with a couple of players obviously still on site. We didn't really see the horizontal take from Game and Gladiators. They were trying to push down below through living and library in towards kitchen dining. It didn't work for them. I do wonder this time around, do they mix it up? Do they go for a study push? Do they push across through AVG, try and get landing control, try and push horizontal and just don't even bother with the players down below?
If I'm GG, I'm just going direct. Bedroom, take control. Maybe send one down below, apply pressure, and make that Nitro a little bit more tricky if it... Well, there's not even a Nitro that they need to worry about. So yeah, for me, direct is the play. Unless GG are super confident that their drones are going to be better this time, because we saw I9 able to lurk through and get the opening pick last time. That was GG's fault in allowing that to take place. So direct may be the option. They've got the tools. Ace is very viable and really good for this particular objective. Twitch as well to deal with anything on the walls, which there isn't anyway. So we'll see how they approach it. I would be really disappointed in GG if they go for the same push and it has the same result of a roamer or a lurker from Fury shutting down the round early.
In saying that though, if they go just direct and fast on site, it all comes undone, and they'll just look a little bit silly in taking their time here and playing the game that they want to play is probably the better approach. And if that is a little bit slow at the start, then why not? Saying that, the way that they are positioning for this at the moment, guys, does sort of lean into the fact that they do want to go for said direct approach.
They were listening.
They were listening to you.
There's a closet hold here from Fury, if I'm saying that correctly. So double, maybe even triple ADS in the closet. This is a real throwback to the old meta of util dump positions, but Jaeger is nowhere near as good as it used to be in terms of those ADS devices, so I don't know how viable that would be. If GG sync the util they've got, 4 nades, even a smoke or 2 required, they should be able to clear that pretty freely, but they're not going to worry about it. Oh, they will worry about it, like Cole's low. He's holding that vert position down below, so trying to prevent GG from contesting that.
I think there's one more behind him.
He needs to be cleared. Lycolas must be cleared here.
Yeah, I think there's one more ADS still up behind Lycolas. Yeah, there is so. And then the Sawyer gate as well. So still somewhat of a fortified position, not entirely. And obviously the pressure mounting and the smoke player here too, right? You don't want to be losing Lycolas, and they will. Doesn't get any of those gas babes out. So that's a lot of utility expended, but a lot of utility denied now for Fury in the late round by getting rid of the smoke player, clearing out that closet position. It's a big win, I think, for the Game of Gladiators. Now at 4 versus 3, and it almost forces I9 into action. Gets rid of that drone. There's only 3 drones left, by the way, in the server with a minute left. So a lot of that intel not going to be available for the Gladiators in the late round.
3v4. GG still looking to get boots in the ground over towards bedroom and apply more direct pressure. The dual lurk down below from GG, now over towards Astro stairs. The player prone at the top.
Oh,
no way this works. Ape, look to your left. I9 for 2. Again, causing chaos on this site. And now Dark is left all alone in the 1 versus 1 at Astro.
Hoven's got superior health advantage, and he spots out Dark as well. And he does make sure that Dark sees nothing but darkness. It's a 3-3 scoreline going into the second half. The tactical timeout into the tech has worked wonders for the Gladiators.
A lot to unpack from that round. Both teams making very questionable decisions. The smoke inside of Closet, not using util, that was intriguing. Then I9 being able to get away with murder at the top of the stairs there. And then Rix as well, throwing with pistol in hand. I could go on and on and on. But if you're a neutral fan, again, this is good. This is a good result. 3-3. It's close. It's competitive. It's exciting. GG keeping their major hopes alive and using that tactical timeout well.
Yeah, I think this is definitely what we wanted from this game. I'm a big fan of this Fury roster and what they've been able to do throughout the year. I predicted them last Playday as well to take down Elevate, and I'd love to see them go to the major as sort of that Cinderella story really, coming to fruition. But in this matchup, you just want to see it go the distance. I will say, if it does go to overtime though, Fury will probably benefit a little bit more from an OT win than the Gladiators would. I think Fury can afford an OT win that would put them to 9 points. And considering they run home with the two teams that they play after this, they'll still feel comfortable that they can make the major. Whereas for the Gladiators, well, that regulation loss really has hurt them. They would obviously ideally want all 3 points here and denying everything away from Fury. If the Gladiators do win this game, guys, the top 4 would be on 8, 7, 6, and 6 points. And obviously, we've only got one more game tonight, and that's the 2 bottom teams, so that's not going to be an effect either. It would actually, if the Knights win, they'd go to 5 points. They'd only be 3 points away from top spot. So it gives them maybe some hope there as well. And they play the Gladiators next week. Big game, big half coming up, though. 3-3 scoreline. Fury now on the attack and being led in by I9 on the drone.
If you're a Knights fan as well, this game could have a couple of permutations for their hopes in making the major. That's still resting on the shoulders of that final game tonight. Knights versus Tide. So not going to complicate and overwhelm anyone with that right now, but again, just reaffirming how every single game, every single round, every single point towards the standings is critical for these two teams, but every other team hoping that their chance of making the top 2 will stay alive. Halfway through round 7 though, Fury getting control over towards the north.
Montang obviously getting control of 90, minute and a half. Has the Fuser as well. Hashime on the sledge. Soft breach available, but at the moment just sitting on red stairs, not really offering a whole lot. And the Montang shifting away from 90. They're lurking down below. This is such a contrast to what we saw in the first half. Very slow going from Fury. Not looking to get into a brawl. Oh, Hajime down below has a player now above him as well, walking on up. Holman gets a double kill. He just walked up red stairs, I think, and he's just been able to collect it. And they're probably wondering, Hajime, what are you doing? What are you watching? Dark does get the kill, but it's a 1 for 2. It's a little win there for the Gladiators. And obviously now it's Lycolis looking to go for that default plant and being watched by Dark. Have GG got anything to stop that? Not necessarily. I think those Nitros all but gone. One nade, and that's from APAC.
30 seconds, Dark Force deep. The cross not being watched. That exposes Joe, but he'll survive. This is messy from both teams. Both teams under pressure. Dark 1 HP in sight. Hajime down at 90. Lycolis needs to get that shield down and find some picks, but easier said than done. He's shredded, and GG win another round.
You've got no pressure, Study. You've got no pressure downstairs. Of course, those players holding those kind of positions are eventually going to get involved, and you saw that with Ape. He just pushes from brown stairs, swings hallway looking towards 90, gets a free down onto Hajime. At some point, those positions are going to get involved. You've got to go. If you're playing the Montang, yeah, I understand it's going to be a little bit slower. You're in position. You're at that vault door. What does Dark have to do? He's got to kill that player in vault. And he whiffs it. And that's probably the round right there. That's a big, big moment. But I think you bring it all the way back to what's Hajime doing on red stairs. How does he just allow Hoven to just push in and get 2 kills free from behind? That right there is the critical moment in that round, guys. And it sets everything else up in motion. Big round win now for the Gladiators. And it's probably getting to a point for Fury where if they lose this next round, it might honestly be tack timeout from their side.
It has to be a tactical, because if you don't and you lose the next round, well, that's any chance of 3 points down the drain, because GG could be on the verge of match point after that. So they put themselves in a little bit of a difficult position now, but a site rotation could freshen things up. And saw that very well from GG. Put that into effect. on their attacks, being able to adapt to different sites that Fury selected. So let's see if Fury themselves now can bring that same energy. Oryx is dangerous here. I'm a little bit scared for Fury. They do have the Jackal, however, to deal with it in the absence of the Lion, and Fury were the team to ban out Lion. So this is where you need to show your mettle and show that you can still clear roamers without that device.
Yeah. Massive round now. You know, obviously for the Gladiators, they were in somewhat of a down position. They were down 1-3 when they called their timeout. They really didn't look all that clean on the attack, and obviously on the back of it, they came out really strong and won the last 2 rounds. Now on the defense, pretty clean, clinical. I liked the movement from Hoven. Had good positions on site. Fury just a little slow going. They've got to offer, and this time a bit faster. Bathroom control for I9. But where's everyone else? They're all just still outside on the balcony.
I mean, he can lurk, get a bit of control over towards Astro. Kind of depends on where the Yokais are from Joe. The moment he's spotted out, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. This is a very volatile part of the round. There's also a Banshee on the ground, so I9 can't really get through free. Gets the shield for free though, and the Banshee, so it's not the worst of trades. Bit Gemma as well.
Okay.
So this has been fruitful, and now he's in a safe position from the Nitro, so that's actually pretty well played.
Not only that, but it kind of makes it a little bit difficult for, I believe it was, who was it actually down below? Was it Tolji down below to push back up Astro stairs? Suddenly now it's not clean, it's not clear, you know, do you push up? How much control do they have? It's a little bit more scary. So not only do you get rid of the utility, but you're making that position neutral, essentially, because it's not like they've got full control over it. Tolji down below, yeah, you cleared out the utility. Now, obviously, I9 really trying to find out this player down below and where he's at. Swinging in, never mind, forget about down below. That's very aggressive from I9. They do get rid of Joe, like Hollis winning that one. I don't even know where I9 is feeling that pressure from, and I don't think he knows either.
Just station up now, minute to go. Key players from GG now need to step up and find something back. Hajime though with the pinch. The southern side. Might be able to fetch some information as well. Senses a player to his left. There was, but also one to the right. Fury now at the disadvantage.
PG man needs to go big here. He can't find anything. Big kill though from Dark. And he might just get a second one as well. He ended up just shooting into the shield. PG man did get that trade though, and he did go big in the end, but Tolji finally pushing up backstairs, and he just couldn't quite get it down onto Lycolas. Half health Tolji runs back downstairs. Lycolas stays alive, diffuser in hand. He's got to go for this plant though at some point. He gets the headshot onto Hoven. Tolji's made his way back up into Astro. Damage onto PG man, knows where he is. Red ping on the plant. He just has to take this play down. Lycolas falls. Tolji just has to hide. Oh, what are you doing? Why? Why do you do that? Why? Guys, why?
I think he just felt too much pressure, felt the need to go for the pick.
Oh.
It's a 50-50. If he tries to hide, he could have gotten swung from the other side.
There's
so
20 seconds left.
yeah, it's hard to fault him. I think the adrenaline's pumping. We've seen multiple times, multiple POVs, different players. There have been some jittery moments in this game. So many ones that should be sure kills, 90% plus chance of kill, that have just been whiffed. Whether it be into a shield or just off the side of the head, it is making these rounds so volatile. So much pressure in this game at the moment. 4-4, the scoreline over to Kitchen.
Man, almost single-handedly winning that round, and then just... Yeah, I mean, look, I agree, obviously, tense moments, right? That's the difference between being the best, is being able to handle those tense moments and understand what you've got to do. And unfortunately for Tolji, did half of it. He did a lot, but just couldn't quite finish it off. Big round win for Fury. Against the grain as well, might I add. You know, we were talking about if they lost that round, it's timeout time. Well, they don't have to go timeout time yet. Now it's 4-4. They get sort of a bit of a free swing into this next round. They take out stat trophy, do go downstairs to kitchen dining. It's all largely kind of similar. Obviously, I'm expecting somewhat of a vert hold above from GG, and how Fury want to sort of play into that could be identical. They could go for a bit more direct though. Don't think we saw a lot of directness on kitchen dining from GG on their attack. See what Fury have to offer here, but what a game so far.
It's one of those games that you get in APAC South where I'm not going to be analyzing it and going, this is the best way to play Villa in your Diamond Rank games, but you can certainly sit back and have a bit of fun. albeit if you're a Fury or a GG fan, that pressure is mounting alongside the players in the server. Reinforcement into living. Hajime will blow that open with an exothermic, or will it be impacted? An impact trick on that wall. I don't think I have ever seen that in my life, but I'm here for it.
I mean, that's just map pressure, though. And I think that's one thing that the Gladiators have probably done better overall, of course, of this game, is their map pressure's been honestly quite better. And even this hold now from Holven, too, with the keeper barrier going up. So it's like, okay, we got the wall open, but now you've got to deal and use more utility to get rid of that keeper barrier. It does get pinged out, so Nate will go and try and clear out the barrier. And Hoven just drops down. I think Hoven's played that perfectly. I don't think you can, honestly, do what he did any better.
Yeah, good util soak, good time soak as well. That's half the round done. Fury can still set up for horizontal, but yeah, it could have been a little bit cleaner. Arpe, though, drops BG Man, who was in the middle of sight.
Yeah, I
Didn't
don't know
catch
what
that.
BG Man's doing there.
DG caught it, though. Often, though, will be discovered by Hajime, exposing himself to that angle. 60 seconds to go. Like, Coles has the diffuser in hand. He's over towards the south, so he might go for a plant near that music door through Laundry. I9 to try and cover, but Joe's still up above. It hasn't been cleared by Fury.
Ball versus story now. Gladiators just finding the pick, seemingly from, it feels like almost nowhere. Dark's got to be careful here. Well, he checked the wrong angle, and Ape will make him pay. And Ape is having a massive game so far. Somehow he even gets that headshot. What was that? It was almost a hit by a headshot out of the ADS.
Oh.
But like Colas with a double, they walk straight into him. Well, maybe there's more to this round to come. 27 seconds left. He does have the diffuser from a 1 versus 4 down to half health. Just has to send it in despite the players having somewhat of an advantage, having one player above. He has to get on site. He has to stick it. Oh, okay, that's just bullying.
Round over. Pretty simple denial in the end. Thought maybe there'd be a fake or two in that with some time remaining to isolate the ones, but pros don't fake. Tactical timeout from Fury. We expected it. Once GG got to 5, Fury want every single point squeezed out of this game, and they'll need to win 3 straight to achieve it.
So 5-4 scoreline, and yeah, as you said, well, it's not match point. They do obviously need to win the next 3 rounds if they do want to get all the points. Yeah, that was...
I still can't comprehend what just happened there. Like, was that, I don't know, bit of the old L word maybe, or I don't know.
I think the word you're referring to is luck, isn't it?
No, it's a 3-letter word and it ends with AG.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that conversation with you, mate. What I will say, though, is I think a timely called tactical timeout here by Fury. We spoke about it, obviously, sort of at the beginning of that 8th round. They did go and win that one on Stat Trophy. They lose out on Kitchen Dining. It does mean AVG is going to be opened back up as well, a site that essentially they need to crack now. It was cracked in the opening round of this match by the Gaming Gladiators on the attack, so I think firmly the time to call this timeout. It 100% is. They've got to have a strategy in winning here on AVG.
And the big standout that you highlighted last time was the lack of lurk over towards study. If you want to go direct from the north, it's pretty advisable to have at least one player late rotate to study and pinch. Otherwise, players in study or over towards top round and down that classical hallway have pretty free reign and some really good lines of sight in towards those default plan positions near the vault door. So we'll see if Fury tidy it up this time. In terms of the lineup, it's all feeling quite same. And I would anticipate that the approach from GG would be quite similar, just being mindful that there could be some pressure from behind. This time spawns over towards the north here for Fury, so it will be a sweep. GG with the mute in play should be able to deny a bit of time, and I9, in fact, early on in this round will be the player to post up over towards study, and not a bad position for him to be. He can get out those Rotero drones, try to clear some of the util inside.
So the Gladiators 1 round away from securing a point in this matchup. 2 rounds away from keeping their hopes of attending the major alive and puts a big dent into the chances for Fury, but not a knockout blow. Fury will still have their chances in Playdays 6 and 7 to get themselves there. But for now, feels like it's up to the Gladiators to keep their chances alive because, as we've kind of said, if they lose this, I think it's done. But at the moment, looking like the better team, I will say that. I think when we look at the 9 rounds that are played, 5-4 scoreline is a rightful one.
Staging out in a couple of those really pivotal moments in this match, ones that could have gone either way, but GG have just been able to get out on top. Thought for a moment there Hoven was lurking 90, but he is in fact down below. Fury with relatively free passage now. Through, I'm gonna say heads, but the Nitro cell is massive. It's like Colas dead, Dark down. That pre-place has done dividends for the defense. And Fury now scrapping to try and salvage the round, salvage the match, and potentially salvage their position at the top of the standings.
Still possible, they just can't give up on the round though. But again, there's no presence on the south side, Guz. Where's your study presence? Where's your brown stairs presence? It's too one-dimensional. It means there's no pressure on Hoven, no pressure on Tolji. I mean, there's no pressure on Rick down below. It's all just two one-way facing from Fury, and now they're going for it, but there's 35 seconds left, so you're basically going to get straight into study, and he's got the diffuser as well, mind you. For BG, man, this is very, very risky. I mean, this is make or break. This is it. This is the win condition here. You win the fight in study, you push through, you get plant down. That's got to be your win here for Fury. Told you, probably going to just shut it down. No, big shot from BG, man. Here you go. This is the push time.
15 seconds remain. Joe spent his gas canisters elsewhere. The flash is through now from Hajime. 10 seconds remain. Rick's though with the Nitro. Joe with the gas canister will actually find one. And Fury have fallen like flies. They're entering towards site. Not successful. BG man trying to salvage something. He has had so much on his plate this round, but he can't get it done.
Too late. It's far too late. I think we can both be in agreement for that one. 35 seconds left, and then you're rotating towards study side to put some pressure on. And I think they've realized, hey, maybe we should actually have some people coming in from that side as well. Unfortunately, it does mean it's all a little bit too easy then for the Gladiators to defend a bit of a rushed attack is probably the best way I can phrase that. Match point for the Gladiators, 1 point secured. Means for Fury, the max they can get now is just 2 points. They have to fight tooth and nail to get something out of this game, though, and need everything that they can get. I hate to say it, but the chances of them going to the major could come down to 1 or 2 points. That is quite literally the truth. So you've got to fight here for these 2 rounds. You do not want to miss out on the major by 1 point because you couldn't get these 2 rounds.
Divers and Elevate not complaining too much at the moment though. Divers could walk away position 1 at the end of the evening if GG win 1 of the next 2 rounds.
Helps the Knights. It's one part of the Knights sort of playbook back to the top, I guess, if you will. Of course, they play tied after this. If they win that and get 3 points, puts them on 5 points, puts them up into, I think it would be 5th position, but only 3 points behind top spot. And they play Gaming Gladiators next week. So Gaming Gladiators, if they win here, go to 6 points, but then lose to Knights, Knights would then suddenly go up to 8 points, and they play Direwolves Playday 7. That could actually end up being a spot at the major in the final game of the stage. So long ways to go here, but also technically not that long. There's only two to 3 games left for these respective teams, guys. Like, and that's why all these matches so important. The ramifications, the repercussions here, massive.
And when we started drawing lines through the names like the Knights, it's because we did not anticipate teams to be able to get away with what the Knights could in this instance. Teams losing 2 or more games and still being a potential for a fight towards the top end. That is just how close this stage has been, where no real 2 teams have been standing out hugely. No team has been flawless so far at all. Doubles, of course, doing a good job to only drop a singular point so far, but there have been faults. And Fury have come up short so far in this game. Still a chance to push OT, though.
Massive bounce back, though, from the Gladiators, of course, back in Playday 3. They lost 7-4 to the Direwolves. This is a team that obviously has big aspirations.
Here we go.
They lose Ricks though, and they do get the trade. Needed that one. They couldn't be down 2 players early on in this match point round. It would have probably all gone balls up, but they do manage to hold on. So 4 versus 4, 90 seconds left in the round. Still feels like from here though, Gladiators to lose.
Decent pressure on the breach now established. Drones through for like Cole as a smoke deployed. Will Fury try and play off the back of it? I9, that awkward line of sight across towards the B bomb site. Hunts for something with the 417. Doesn't find his mark. 60 seconds remain. No smokes left now. So no play made off the back of that. Like Colas spots one to the left at stat. Can't find the pick though. 50 seconds. It's trickling down. Fury have struggled with their time management in this match so far. And it might bite them once more. They need to get an entry and I9 sends it.
I9 does land that shot and gets the kill onto Hover. Entry successful. I9 gets the second as well. The follow-up's perfect. Low on health. He goes prone. Hajime gets through to Tolji. Fury are fighting. They will not give up just yet. It's 6-5 on the scoreboard. They need one more round to send this one to overtime.
That's at least 2 huge rounds I9 has been the key player in. Earlier on in the defense when he got the opening pick on the stat defense, and I guess back to stat once more for the attack. Everyone's sort of sitting around, not really being able to make a play. Fury stalled out. He steps up and says, guys, there's one over towards stat. I'll make the play. I'll send it in. I'll find the pick. Gets good timing. Great aim on the second as well for the headshot. Really well done. And that'll be a good confidence boost for Fury, knowing that they can just get one more round. And GG are doubling down back to stat trophy for what was quite a close last encounter.
Massive round in the 12th round. Can the Gladiators get all 3 points and keep their hopes of a major return up for grabs, or can Fury find a way to claw back to a 2-point result? Could you imagine from the position they found themselves in, if they can get back into overtime, then win said overtime, they would go to 9 points, Guz, and they would go to the top spot of the standings to close out Playday 4. They would be putting themselves in that position to go to the major if they can get the 2 points here. I said at the start of this game, it would mean more for Fury to get the 2 points. If someone had to walk away with 2 points, Fury's going to cherish that more than the Gladiators. Gladiators need all 3. They're a long, long way back. They've only got the 3 points at the moment. Huge round here. Season defining.
Comes down to this then. The final round of regulation. A repeat of stat trophy, the Gaming Gladiators. Some poor timing towards the end there to allow I9 to sneak in. Outside of that, it's actually not too bad. Bit of pressure now over towards Study though, early the defense. Not wanting that breach to get open perhaps as soon. I think it's Hoven. It is. That stat door has protection. Keep a barrier to his right on the bed. It's jiggle peeking it at the moment. Finds a bit of information, but then falls back.
That trophy played 4 times this match, 3 times won by the attacking team. Only once has it been defended successfully. That was back in the first half by Fury. And I9 creeps forward. We saw something similar last time, but more towards bathroom. This time now towards bedroom.
Good
again. Hoven denying. Big moment there for the Gladiators. Every little moment just adds up.
That's a little bit greedy there from Lycolis. I know he got away with it last time, but the fact he's not doing 1 at a time is costly. Now he has 0 Selmas left. So this wall's not open, and that's where I9 made the play last time. That's where a lot of that information was gathered to allow him to make that play. That's shut off. And Fury now probably going to stall. I9, the key player, he's dealt with. And I think this is going to be a GG round. It should be a GG round from here. 60 seconds to go.
Still 2 players that can push up red stairs, get rid of APAC, maybe make it 4-4, overwhelm site. You got a player still lurking around Astro stairs as well, and Tolji in towards bedroom. 50 seconds left in the round. The main avenue shut down for Fury's attack. They have to find another way, and Hajime does maybe go for that. Can he find the player at 90? This could actually reopen things up for Fury. If you find this kill, suddenly the round. He's been spotted on the default.
Oh
Whoa, what is
my.
Rex doing? Rex is just standing there. 30 seconds left. It is that 4 versus 4. Ape red stairs in the next fight. No 1v1. Headshot. Ape. And then Hoven gets rid of Hajime at 90. They knew exactly where he was. And the Gladiators know exactly what it takes to go to a major because they've been there before and they want to return. It's the Gladiators that keep the hope alive.
What a game from GG on a knife's edge throughout, but they were able to crawl it back. They can be proud of that performance. It keeps the dream alive for the top 2, and that will be a big game sending ripples throughout the entire league.
Ripples, shockwaves, absolute of high magnitude. Massive result for the Gaming Gladiators. 6 points is what they go to, and it sets up tantalizing matchup next week in Playday 5 with the Knights, provided the Knights get through tied later. Of course, in our match to come, we've got one more game after this. That was a massive, massive moment. For Fury, it's not all doom and gloom, guys. I should preface that.
Yep.
Of course, they're still on 7 points. They're still currently second place, and they take on Wildcard and Tide to close out the stage in Playday 6 and 7. And they got a whole long week to think about what's just happened there. So they'll get a chance to go over the VODs and break everything down as well. And, well, obviously we've got some special people that can break it all down, hopefully. And don't just leave it all up to Mandy. I want to get you involved as well. Rob, what have you got?
Come on, mate. I hung up the mic a long time ago for that. You've got to understand. I hung up the mic a long time ago for a very good reason. But, Mandy, I'm going to go to you first here because this is a win that sets up the end of Stage 3 to just be an absolute dogfight, especially that last round there has almost solidified 4 teams within 2 points of each other.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy series. I think we saw the Fury that was not as solid as the Fury that we saw in the previous 2 Playdays. It felt like this was really a big I9 show, even on the side of the Gaming Gladiators, to be honest. It was a big RP show. It just felt like a lot of these rounds rested on I9 getting the opening picks and making space in the rounds, that when that didn't work out, the Gaming Gladiators were able to claw those rounds back. There was a lot of attrition, especially through the mid rounds, and I feel like eventually the experience of the Gaming Gladiators was able to win them out the series.
There were certainly a lot of key moments from I9. I think we've seen already one of them on our screen and about to see another soon. But Dev, I mean, if we're gonna play the I9 hero story, Ape as well, having an unbelievable performance for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Ape has had a really quiet Stage 3, which has been such a disappointment. So it's fantastic to see him back hitting his stride in this game. You can see him fired up, top left-hand corner, fired up after that game. Ape was insane in Stage 2, and Stage 3 so far is actually the 4th worst rated player in the entire league of, I don't know how many players we got, a lot more than 4. So he's been struggling in Stage 3. He's had a game where he's top fragged the whole server and had so many huge impact rounds. You saw him fight up after the game. I think that's exactly what the doctor ordered for GG. It was a regulation win. They get the full 3 points out of it. And like Xenox was harping on about, it is looking good for the major for them now, or at least a lot better than it was before.
Well, that's just it. Their loss against Direwolves last week put in question a lot of things. Obviously, after Direwolves go to the major in Stage 1, Gladiators kind of replace them for Stage 2. Now, it obviously, as we've kind of alluded to there, Mandy, it does leave things a lot more up in the air, a lot closer, a lot tighter. But when we look to Gladiators, they've got Knights, they've got Tide, and they finish on Elevate's last game. That right there scares me for Gaming Gladiators run home. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't want to call it too early, because we have seen the Elevate roster change come through, which we didn't get to talk about today because Elevate do have a bye. But I'm going to wait for the next coming weeks to see how this new Elevate roster is going to perform, to then place my judgment on whether Gaming Gladiators can finish off the series. But it's looking not too terrible, I would say. The 2 matches before getting to Elevate are doable for the Gaming Gladiators if they want to push for the November major.
Well, we'll be able to hear directly from Joe. Time to welcome him in for the interview. A massive game for Gaming Gladiators. We saw you on the player cams at the end there, Joe. This is obviously a massive win on your road to the major. Yep. How does it feel now that you've knocked out, Fury, who were looking quite good this stage?
Yeah, I think we really prepped a lot for them because I think they're really in form right now. They're really hot. So we came into this game very careful and we took it very seriously. And we know it's a very important win. So I'm happy we could do that.
And that's probably something that leads in perfectly to the next question, which is Villa. We haven't seen Gaming Gladiators play Villa in a while, and you know that the record there doesn't look fantastic. Was this specific for Fury, or is there something up the sleeve for the Gaming Gladiators?
For Fury, yeah, I think we looked into their map pool and see which maps I guess we could like exploit. So I think Villa was one of them. So we were confident bringing Villa into this map, and I think the bans went to like our prediction. So we got what we wanted.
Did the 2-week break help you? You can be honest here. Did that little you know that extra bit of time, has that helped?
Actually, it really did because after the Direwolves game, we had like we needed a lot of time to reflect on like I think everything from like our mentality coming into games, how we're doing practice, and just in general. And I think the 2-week break helped us like really refresh and really like remotivate ourselves. And I think we're now like hungrier than ever before. I think you could say I think last 2 weeks ago I think we were slacking a bit, so it was disappointing. So yeah.
Well, it's good to see that things are back on track, and of course you're probably alluding to them, just having a look, you know, lost to Fury, lost to Direwolves. That's obviously not the way that you would have hoped to have, you know, kind of pushed and progressed in Stage 3. Big question for me here, Joe. You know, you're such a long-standing member in the APAC region. How much has, you know, the major kind of changed your approach to Stage 3? Did you go away and speak with the team? Has it changed anything strategically?
I think definitely it changed. I think it's more of a mindset thing. I think we see a game in a different light because, you know, especially for the others who never played international before, like I think they get to learn all these different play styles, like, you know, LATAM, and I think it really opened up their mind. And especially having Titan on board now, we have like first-hand EU experience, I think, to really like, I think we're ready for any play style, and I think we're confident, like whoever we face.
I mean, that's a scary prospect for everyone at home, but obviously exciting storylines for us here on the desk. As per usual, mate, do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I'll just say thank you to all the fans who keep believing in us, even after, you know, having a rough start. And I think that's it, yeah. Thank you to GG as well, who keep supporting us.
Keep it simple, mate. That's the way we like it. Joe, thank you very much for coming in, mate. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck in your final 3 matches. For everyone at home, we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, the final match of the night is the bottom of the table clash. It's Tide taking on the Knights.
I got to know, what do I feel inside? I lose control, can't keep you off my mind. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, I think it's time, I need to take a chance to cross the line, so I can understand. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you give me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me and make me feel like I'm alive. And make me feel like I'm alive. Am I too late? Did I just wait too long to play this game? Now your love is gone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, can wait no more. I am on overload. So if you're sure, don't leave me all alone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me and make me feel like I'm alive. And make me feel like I'm alive. How can you still sit around? Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, yes, it's time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's no better time than now. Oh, now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep going up. I want it day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 night. I want it day and night. Let's take the night. Oh, there's no better time than now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat
style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our siren roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Still in style.
It's what you're seeking, and it's worth repeating. Don't give up your dreaming, this is all you need. And feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. You're seeking, and it's worth repeating. Don't give up your dreaming, this is all you need. And feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over.
Final matchup of the night, and we look to the bottom of the table to do so. But of course, both of these teams have more than enough left in them. Gentlemen, welcome back. Xenox, how was Villa? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was a really good game. I think obviously we kind of got what we wanted out of that matchup between Game of Gladiators and Fury. we wanted it to be close, and obviously the Gladiators probably deserved. I think they played better ultimately. It was a rough start for them. Fury started really well. Off the back of that tactical timeout, obviously the Gladiators responded, and I think we're the better team throughout the rest of the match.
Well, now we've got a question to be answered. Tide or Knights? Who is the better team? We'll look to the final matchup of the night. Both of these teams in a bit of a rough spot. Obviously, Tide, losing the Org IG, let alone that, players kind of doing the disappearing act for them, has made things a little bit difficult. Knights as well. I mean, I don't really know what to say about Knights. We'll talk about them in a little bit because there's plenty to talk about the fact that this team is as good as they are. Mate, Tide, I mean, he has been a bit of an icon for this team, but just no matter how much of an icon he's been, Guz, it just hasn't been enough.
Yeah, Tide have kind of scrapped together this stage, really. The fact that they're even still here is a credit to those that have remained and the team's ability to sort of muster something together to be able to play out the stage. They do still have quite a bit of experience on this roster, including international experience for a lot of these players as well. But with such a short time frame and such short notice, gathering something that was going to compete for the top two was a long shot at the least. It was a huge long shot for them to be in that discussion. So they're really just here for a bit of fun, to see if they can collect the scraps and get a couple of wins on the board and try to set themselves up for next year.
Are those two boys wearing their Fnatic stuff? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Come on,
Bit of a throwback.
It is a little bit of a throwback for one more than the other. I mean, there's, I don't want to by any means diminish this roster, Xenox, but I do think that, just to talk about it bluntly, as Guz has put it, they've scrapped together the roster and they're still dangerous. That's the worst part, is like the roster has some pretty nutty players on their team.
Yeah, for sure. And look, obviously I don't want to be all singing the same tune essentially, trying to just bag out Tide. There was actually a moment, if we go back to Playday 2, where I think it was 4-4 against Elevate, and in that moment, at that particular point in time, that was kind of, I felt a little season defining for the team. Obviously, as we know, Elevate went on and won the next 3 rounds after that and won the game. But then Tide have their week off in Playday 3. So we haven't really seen them since that particular performance. Obviously, they haven't won anything yet. They lost to Wildcard in Playday 1, but we've seen teams before in this region lose to Wildcard in Playday 1. Day 1 Wildcard is actually a different beast. Like, they're actually really good. So they maybe got the short end of the fixturing. So I don't want to give up on this Tide roster yet. I think Knights obviously are being in a somewhat similar predicament where obviously they're having a rough stage themselves. Yeah. If Tide go and win this, who's to say they can't go and give some trouble to the other 3 teams, Direwolves, GG and Fury. The players on that team of Tide are very good caliber players. If they can click and find some form, I think they could actually end up having a decent end to the stage. A lot of it maybe relies a little bit on tonight. Can they find some form? Can they find some confidence really within themselves? And also, what were they able to achieve in the week break, or technically almost 2-week long break that they've had, to sort of go over some things for a team that obviously, that was sort of said before, put together last second. They've actually had a little bit of time. So I'm curious to see if they've done much with that time.
Well, we certainly saw Game and Gladiators kind of reap the rewards of a 2-week break. They did a lot of prep work heading into their match, and the question now lies probably for me more so on the Knights. What are they going to do? Because this roster probably, in my eyes, looked the scariest coming into Stage 3, guys. Obviously, probably outside of Elevate, I guess, maybe give and take. But with Speakeasy jumping ship to the Knights, this just looked like a star-studded roster that unfortunately haven't delivered.
Yeah, as the weeks have gone on, I think it's become more apparent, and probably should have been somewhat obvious with hindsight, that taking out Quiz and bringing in Speakeasy, whilst an upgrade in some description, is also sort of a side grade in the sense that it was never going to be a one-for-one trade in terms of roles. No. And we're seeing that shuffle now cause some issues for the Knights, some teething issues throughout this stage, and unfortunately they have basically the worst stage for that to take place because it's only 6 games, so they don't have a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. So this is a must-win. We said last week was pretty much a must-win to keep their hopes alive. They are still just keeping their head above water for now, but they're getting dragged down by the rest of the league, and it's becoming harder and harder week by week. This is must-win. We have to just put it out there, 100% need 3 points, get themselves back into that mid-table fight, and Speakeasy, who has been finding it a little bit rough so far, hopefully can find his feet in this one.
Must-win game, and when you look at the backside of their stage, Xenox, you know, they've got Tide, but then they go up against GG and Direwolves. You know, this game really, if it wasn't already crucial for, you know, the major and things like that, the confidence that they take from this game is going to be absolutely key.
Yeah, and look, somewhat similar to Tide as well, where, you know, you run into Elevate Playday 1. This was an Elevate team that obviously looked very, very good. They came into the stage with some, you know, new dynamics and approaches to what they wanted to sort of bring, and clearly, you know, overshadowed Knights completely. Knights then lose to Fury. Fury is obviously up and coming and doing very well. Knights then get past Wildcard in what was essentially Wildcard's almost sort of last hurrah, if you will.
Yeah.
So if the Knights do win this and they can get some confidence from it, they obviously, as I said, play the game of Gladiators next week. That's 6 points v 5 points. That's basically the matchup. It's one way you can kind of look at it. And the winner of that kind of keeps their stage alive in the hopes of reaching the major, and the other one probably then succumbs. And then they actually get the week off in Playday 6. That actually then sets them up for a perfect, you know, match with the Direwolves in Playday 7. So really, they have to come into this with the mindset that as long as they take care of their own games and they win all of their remaining games, they can still make the major.
Yep. That's
the mindset that they need to have. But this is a team that's just been struggling across the board. When you look at some of the statistics, you know, Juicy obviously playing that sort of support role, but in the past has always been able to provide some really good numbers. At the moment, I think he's actually like rated last at the moment. So I'll quickly confirm it. Yeah, he is. So he's dead last in terms of the numbers. Minus 14 KD is not something we typically see from Juicy. And so this is not the kind of player you would sit back and say, oh, he's playing the support role. Like, no, he's usually like a good solid 1 point kind of rating. And, you know, he's almost really 50% below that. Then you take into account Speakeasy, like I said, you know, coming into this stage, when you look at the roster, adding in Speakeasy just sort of almost felt like it solidified it. 0.82, -6, -2 on the entry. Like, these are really, really bad numbers for such a high quality player. Stiggs has been playing okay, actually +7 on entry, so he's done that role really well, 8-1 to be exact. And then Josh on the stage, we know what they're capable of. They just need a little bit more help. So I'm looking to Speakeasy. I'm looking to Juicy. They've got to join the party here. They've got to get involved, have big games, and I think the team will find some success.
Sure thing. Just going to give the audience a moment to wake up from that spiel.
Have you?
We're going to have a look.
Did you breathe throughout that, Xenox? Have you passed out? Are you good?
You know, that's
Hello,
talking
Xenox.
about, you know,
Xenox.
taking a graphic to another bloody level. I tell you what, we're going to the veto.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Sorry, and to keep going. Let's go to the
Oh,
maps.
we're going to Oregon, guys. I'm going to let you talk for this one because it's going to be a quick
How
one
long
before
do
we
I
get
have?
into.
Do I have
You've
5
got
minutes?
minimal. You got minimal time, mate. The time's ticking.
Again, we have to preface that Tide don't have a lot of information because this roster's so newly formed. They've only played Cafe Chalet so far, so they're going to diversify their map pool even further, taking out Oregon as the decider in this one. Knights have only played it once recently as well. That was a loss, in fact, quite recently against Fury. That was the 4-7 result, where from memory, that map was actually relatively close and competitive for the most part, but Fury did just edge out. So it sets us up for an exciting game. Difficult to get a read as to necessarily how these teams are going to play it out. But interesting that the Knights did ban out Villa. That's probably the only real flag that I'm raising. 3-1 record on that map. Not particularly bad at all, but the Knights not wanting to go there.
I guess everyone's got their reasons. I'll give you one final opportunity.
He's exhausted. Look at him. He's
I don't know.
absolutely stuffed.
He's just woken back up. Xenox, I'll give you one final chance here, mate. Quick
I'm
predictions. We're ready.
Well, I think we all went Knights tonight, but I might
did.
actually change it up. And I'm sensing a Tide upset. I'm sensing like an 8-7, 8-6 overtime Tide classic win.
Well, I guess we'll only have to wait and see whether that is possible. We're going to go to Dev and Manny to run you through all of the action.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Xenox, for letting us start the game. Honestly, this is the bottom of the table. This is the two bottom teams in the league going at it. It's pretty hard to predict. I'm not sure. I'm still sitting on the fence. Mandy, do you have an inkling whether it's going to be Knights or Tide?
I am on Team Knights, and the only reason why is because I feel like as a roster they're a little bit more put together at the moment than Tide, whereas Tide still feel like they're stepping into their shoes, just trying to find their flow as a roster of 5. So I'm looking towards the experience of the Knights to be able to take out this series.
Well, for those of you in the chat watching out, for Tide, looking for your favorite team, former IG, to make a bit of a resurgence, there is still something to grab onto. We're going to Oregon here. We haven't seen them play it as of yet. Knights, they did play it just a couple of play days ago, and they lost it 7-4 to Fury. So it's all coming down to this for both of these teams. You lose this game, your chances of going to that major are next to 0.
And just to harp on that a little bit, that's major heartbreak for the Knights. This time last year, they were making a major. And now, come the same time, it's almost a gone dream for them if they don't take out this series in regulation. Now, I believe there are some permutations to that, as depending on the last few results that come out from this Playday. And I think that they really need to take this one out in regulation to stay in contention of it. Now, that ban base has just very, very quickly flown through us, though, Dev.
It has indeed. I'll just add one last tidbit for Knights. Funny thing, if they do make it to the major, their chances of making it to 6 Invitational on points are also pretty high. They'll go up to 67%, whereas if they don't make the major, their chance of making SI on points is below 1%. So there's a lot riding on this, not just the potential for one international appearance for Knights, they debuted a major, but perhaps their first ever World Championship opportunity as well.
Ban phase just slipping past us is the Ying and Nook being taken out on the attacking side. I don't mind this Nook ban, to be honest. Nook seems to be a massive thorn in the side on some of these defensives. We've seen it pretty evidently today in the last 2 series, and not having it in this one is going to make that roam game feel a little bit less scary for the defenders. That being said, there's no mirror and there's no KE as well. And so holding on to those basement positions, especially the one that the bomb site they've just elected for, will be made a little bit harder. And we can see that they're looking for this kind of extended roam. Not sure if those hatches are going to stay open or closed.
I like the Ying ban too from Knights. We're seeing quite a few teams in APAC South make really good use of it. Just earlier today, I believe it was Direwolves used it quite a bit in our first match of the day. Look at that, very late reinforcements on the hatches, as you mentioned. They are being reinforced just 15 seconds into the action phase. What I'm really looking at for the defense here in the late round, it's going to be things like the Goyo and these shields that the Alibi and the Smoke have brought. But keep that in the back of your mind. For now, though, Hysteric's on a bit of a roam, so that's the first thing that Knights are going to have to clear.
And where is this Knights take coming from? Are they going to look for total map control or just run it through on this ground floor? And it looks like total map control is what they are going for. An entry through the big tower as well as the master bedroom. Putting use to that sledge if he's not taken down early by a C4 and Tex to open up the series.
Yeah, that's a big one. And it is Speakeasy taken down by one of the players who replaced him. Taken down by his former team. This is a bit of a revenge match for Speakeasy. Tide really fell apart when Speakeasy left the team. They made 2 roster changes, with Jigsaw also leaving. But Speakeasy's a far cry from the APAC South MVP that he once was.
So Tide decided that they're pretty happy with that one pick. They've gotten decided to fall back straight into the bomb site. Knights, they've just gone and double-checked the ground floor, made sure no one's there anymore. Juicy can start to get to work on these hatches with those ex-Kairos. Starting to plan their next line of attack. Now, the trades will not go in their favor if they want to go for an execute now, and they have to see if they can isolate some gunfights here to put that into the bomb site.
Especially with losing those 2 nades on the sledge of Speakeasy. You've got not many explosives to clear a lot of these power positions. I'm particularly thinking about those shields that the Smoke and the Alibi brought, and those Vulcan canisters from Goyo, which are going to be so powerful in the late round.
They still do have another set of nades on the side of Steaks, though, which is going to indicate where this push is coming from. And those nades are going down the freezer stairs now. Would indicate also the hatch being on Juicy on the hatch with the diffuser, that they are going to look for this front take, use those nades to clear out this tucked-in position behind the freezer, and make their entry into the bomb site.
Good info there from the Giannis clone. 40 seconds left. Time sticking away. Sticks, you don't have Gone 6 anymore, mate. They took that off Yana. I'm sorry. You don't have any more explosives to work with aside from your nades. And he does start prepping one of those. Tempted for a moment, perhaps waiting for the timing. The flashes go out. This nade's going to have to land, but Hysterix has pulled back. And right in the backside, Josh makes an entryway before being taken down. He gets an injure, but the rest of Knights step up and spring into action. But that diffuser is not able to go down while Juicy's stuck in the freezer. They all burn. And Tide, quite an explosive end to the first round of this match.
It felt like Juicy with that diffuser just did not have an into that late round div. If you're going to go for that front take, the only way that diffuser can get in, if you want to send it through freezer, is going to be through the doorway. Otherwise, you've got to breach the wall, and there was just simply not enough time for Juicy to do that in that late round. It felt like if he had taken the diffuser perhaps to the front to the laundry push with his teammate, the Flores, maybe he could have made an in onto the bomb site, but being stuck there, choked out by that smoke canister and eventually swung on from that Jaeger player, meant that Knights couldn't close out the late round.
Good start for Tide. And it really did kick off with that C4 from Tex. Not sure what info he had, perhaps it was just an audio cue. He was just playing Warden. Like, it's not like they had any cameras or anything. There's a C4 on the roof of lobby, taking down a player running through Master. Maybe it was just timing, honestly. Perhaps Tide did a lot of extensive VOD review of Knights' Oregon game against Fury and started to see some of the paths that these players take. Regardless, we might see another C4 kill this round with Hysterics playing that pulse.
What we've got here is Tide. They're playing this open closet hold inside of Master, aided by another hold going inside of Trophy. This has become pretty popular nowadays, Dev. Lots of people like to play this hold open, directly contest the entry into Master, and not give the attackers that free real estate. It's very much aided by the Azami as well, because they can use those keeper barriers to block off lines of sight temporarily, so they can fall back much more easily. And that's exactly what Mentalist is doing here inside of Trophy.
Yeah, such a difficult, aggressive hold to take down. There's a lot of util to clear out, a lot of positions to just be really vigilant about. That said, for Knights, they do have that Nomad, so once they start flushing players out of, say, the closet and of Trophy, they might be able to lock them in there.
Oh, but look at this, Dev. They spotted out Hysterics down in the basement. They're actually going to dedicate their utility and their resources to dealing with it. Sticks now off the back of some intel. Will land some shots onto Hysterics. He goes down inside of Freezer, and that's already one player down for the side of Tide.
I was a bit worried there for a second. It looked a bit sketchy as he crossed. He almost managed to get through the hallway, but an over-aggressive Tex taken out in Kitchen. Knights looking very good now. Got the 5v3. Make that a 5v2. Stigs, a beautiful vertical nade. Nate's gone down. It's up to Mentalist and Shibe, and they've got to step up.
And what a beautiful read from the Knights as well. They read into the roam that was going down on that ground floor and on the basement, and they went, okay, these defenders are isolated. Let's deal with them together. We know that they can't be there for the refrags. They're playing very far apart from each other. Now Mentalist starting to get aggressive on this Master balcony, but Juicy's there for the repel kill, now leaving Shibe in a 1-on-5.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, nice positioning, but it is a flawless round nonetheless. Good attempt there from Tide. You got to respect the goal to go for that aggressive play when you're down in a 2v5, but Knights just played it to perfection.
Really liking the way that Knights were able to approach that. When you go for an ambitious hold like that, exactly what Tide were going for. Not only were they holding onto that top floor quite aggressively with those rotations, they were also holding onto the ground floor and the basement. And that is the perfect time to call for a roam clear. If you are the IGL on the side of the Knights, right, you know that the Tide roamers are going to be too far away from each other to play the refrags. And that's exactly where you can send in your entries, knowing that pinch will come through uncontested.
Interesting to me that Tide aren't going back to that site. Aggressive hold on, no. They could have changed their tack, changed their strategy on that Dorm's defense, but instead they're actually completely abandoning it and going for meeting. I actually quite like meeting. I think it's a really good site. Problem is these days, we've seen it already from Knights. You know, this meta this year with the attacker repick, you always have the right hard breach for the job. You always have the right operators for the job. So for example here, Juicy knows he's got Thermite. You know, he doesn't have to worry about the fact that maybe he's only got the Hibana or he has the wrong hard breach for the job. You see Knights have made 3 changes. I mean, realistically, I think Juicy stayed the same. But, you know, they've got the Buck in, for example, instead of that Hibana. So a lot of new operators, they're making sure they've got all the tools they want for this meeting attack.
And to double down on that point about having the tools that they need, Sage has even got the Heartbreach charge on the side of the Buck, and so if they need to make a line of sight going into Attic, say they look for a Minimalist take into Big Tower, for example, they've got those tools that they need, and that's exactly the strength of Attacker Repick. Like you said, you always have exactly the tools you need as long as you pre-plan your idea and what you're going for. We can see that in the side of Josh now in the server. He's already setting up that flank watch, those air jabs in the basement to prevent any Tide players from flanking through and preventing this big tower push.
Ooh, this is something you don't see every day. A T3 Azami hold. He's got one ADS to protect him, does Hysterics. But that may be destroyed if a nade goes in front of the keeper barrier. Interesting position he's going to play. Dancing with death. He has been droned. There's also a player on the rooftops outside. Can cut off some angles on his position. Knights are dedicated to clearing this.
There are a lot of Knights players here, Dev. A nade to follow through from Stigs, one another being cooked in his hands right now. Goes to the back of the tower, but that's not where Hysterics is. And look at how strong these Kiva barriers are in protecting his spot here in Big Tower. Tex has even joined him on T2 to help hold on to this position and stall out the Knights for even longer.
I can't believe this has already been as successful as it has. If he dies right now, that's still a win for Tide. He's wasted so much time. He's already wasted 2 nades from Sticks. Here come the flashes, but he can hide straight behind the keeper barrier and bait Sheba into getting a kill. He gets a double. Hysterics in tier 3. He makes the tower his own. Knights fall to pieces. And, well, what a way to play the game for Tide. Speakeasy and Juicy now, and Juicy just repels straight into his death. It's a full house for Shibe and Hysterics, and an easy round for Tide.
Knights really played straight into the hands of Tide in that particular round. Don't you think so, Dev? They were holding right onto Big Tower. There was the Kiva barriers there, the ADSs, Tex was there as well as Hysterics, and Knights, they went for a Big Tower take. They didn't go for that total map control, they didn't look for top floor control or anything like that, and they directly played into that plethora of utility that Tide had, and they played that to such perfection. Hysterics, he knew he was about to be in a world of pain and went, all right, I'm just going to patch up these holes real quick, do a little patching job, wait for the Knights to take their time, and as a result, they just didn't have the nades that connected onto that player holding onto T3.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's moments like that that make you scared, make you wonder whether a round like that reveals some deep-seated issues with the team. Knights funneling in, being duped by that hold, falling apart, getting debated. It's not a good sign, is it? For Tide to now be able to go back to basement with a 2-1, even if they weren't able to win dorms, right? They still got the 2-1 on the half of the half, if you will, before they can go back to basement. That's a win.
It's not looking too bad here for Tide, looking to go back to this basement like you said. Not doing anything too special in their strategy either. Seems pretty well rounded on the side of utility and positioning that they've got already contesting this ground floor entry. Some plays in Big Tower, Small Tower, waiting to see what the Knights have got to offer.
But Knights are offering a logic bomb. The Dockerby calls out, expediting the roam clear somewhat. Still a roamer all the way out on the west side of the map, though. I believe that was Mentalist. Going for a big roam. Don't know where he's gone. He's disappeared off the face of the earth. But I guess it doesn't matter because there's action going down left, right, and center. Speakeasy taken out once again. An early death for him, but Shiba also traded back.
Hysterics as well, still being pretty pesky in the side of Small Tower. Stigs has got us cut off. He's inside of Kitchen, holding on to this security fall-off, anticipating that he'll come through the Zulu hallway any second now. But if Hysterics goes undetected, if Tex inside of Garage goes undetected, it could spell disaster for this Knights mid-round.
Oh, this is so late to be looking to clear, looking to drone up. Hysterics can just hide now inside of showers. This is a bit scary here for Knights, even with that logic bomb. Oh, Stigs gets a wall bang, I believe. Pretty fortunate for Knights that they were able to clear out that roamer so quickly. Hysterics could have wasted a lot more time, but now 4v3 Knights have the advantage. But just look at the utility on site. Still 2 shields, still all the Vulcan canisters from Goyo. A lot still to be cleared.
not just the utility, but Nate is starting to feel the pressure of being at the man disadvantage and has realized that he needs to play a little bit more aggressive, look for an extra pick onto the Knights. And he's playing at the bottom of the freezer stairs, sapper spot as we like to call it these days. Even though the hatch has been open, it can't see that deep into Nate's power position just yet, and he knows he can hold on if the Knights are going to run out of drones and run out of time.
Important not to get ahead of themselves for Knights. Formulate a plan, stick to it. They've got options now. The meeting hatch is open. The freezer hatch is open. There's an avenue on the front side, and I believe Sage has managed to clear some of those Vulcan canisters with his Twitch drone. But where is the push going to come from?
Just look at this though from Tide. They don't seem to have one idea of where this push is coming from. The Knights players are rummaging around this ground floor. It's only 20 seconds, and it seems like the backtake is going to be the way to go. But Tide, they're not even looking that way.
Huge nade though, takes Mentalist low and destroys his shield. It's a split push, and Juicy entering in, dropping down the hatch. He can take down the ward and looking for another now. It's all on Nate in the 1v4, but they don't seem to know where he is. Surely he's not able to deny this plant. Surely not. He's got time to make it work in the post plant. He's got the shotty to make the rotate he might need. And he's got the trusty SMG-11 at his side. Sage and Stigs have got to play this to perfection as they fall back to pillar. They've got each other's backs. Nate feels a bit of pressure. The double peek, and Stigs with the pistol sits him down.
Ooh, thank goodness for the Knights there. It looked a bit dicey and hairy as it came to that late round. It didn't look like the Knights knew exactly what they wanted to go for. They started off on that front side in a late round. They went over to Laundry. They thought they were going to drop the hatch there. And then as they sent in their utility, they realized, okay, all three Tide players are actually looking at this front take right now. Let's just completely pivot and go for the back. And by the time that they did that, Juicy was only met with one Tide player that he had to contest inside the bomb site. He won that gunfight, and the rest of the Tide players were caught completely off guard. Nate in a 1-on-4 situation. He almost called that one back. But Knights with that final late round, last minute call to win them out that round.
Yeah, a big play from Juicy was the guy who dropped that meeting hatch, sent it into sight, and found that crucial kill onto Warden. Big play from Knights, and a pretty big statement as well to say, look, we can win this basement attack. Even when Tide have, to be fair, a really good roam. Knights have a response. And this is proving, Mandy, to actually be the Tide game that we were promised. Quite a good back and forth. I think Tide are throwing some curveballs at Knights, and sometimes they're catching them, deflecting them, but sometimes the ball gets past them. And that's okay. That's what you expect coming up against Tide. But Knights, over the course of this match, have to continue to adapt to that play style because they know that they can counter it.
Like you said, Knights, they make some really excellent calls when it comes to this roam clear. They're coordinated. The pinches are always very visually, I suppose, structured. We can see it from this top down just how well put together this Knights roam clears. And they're going for it again, Dev. On this ground floor, they know they have Tide players that consistently roam. This is the Tide MO in this series, and they know that they can clear it. Stigs making his way in through lobby. Tex is there on that bulletproof camera, so he has seen the entry come through and is just going to hop off it now. Get on his gun, but Stigs can wallbang him anyway, and Tide down in the man count once again.
Yeah, I think that's 2 wallbangs for Stigs in 2 rounds. Both times onto a Jaeger player, with Hysterics being in showers last round. So, yeah, I mean, great calls and great game sense and great conviction from Stigs to just go for that pre-fire. You miss every shot you don't take, and in Siege, that counts through walls as well. Hysterics is going for a re-roam as well. This aggression continuing for Tide.
Oh no, dangerous for Hysterics, and Josh is able to find the 90-degree flick to be able to kill him down. And now again, Tide man disadvantage, starting to get aggressive as Nate down the bottom of White's stairs, anticipating that Josh will come around anytime soon. That drone has been sent out, he's seen him there now, and it forces Nate back into the site.
What are Knights going to do next? Slow it down a little bit, knowing they have that numbers advantage. It's a bit sketchy as well having the Thermite. Now, can I just have a look? Yeah, okay, so it is the full open hold, so Thermite's not going to be so impactful. But look at the Azami's Kiba barriers. It's going to be really awkward to push into games with those still up.
The Kiba barriers are there, but so is the nade to follow through for Sage. That was a bit dicey, leaving it Mentalist at the tiniest bit of HP, but actually, these Kiba barriers are still standing, Dev. They're not down just yet, and Juicy's they're like, hang on just a moment. This site doesn't look like how it normally does.
Yeah, no, this is a very different side. Azami has done some renos. But that said, Mentalist is the last one left, and he's low HP. He gives a little love tap to Stigs, who returns the favor straight on back. Look at this. The Deagle shot, and then the spray on down. Knights are continuing their reign, and they take the lead here on Oregon.
Knights are just doing such a great job through this early round and punishing the way that Tide are looking for this total map control. They've realized Tide always roam, but they roam very isolated. In that position on the ground floor there was no way that Tex and his teammate could have been able to, I think it was Tex and Hysterics, could have been able to refrag each other on the ground floor. All they were looking for was to delay the entry and deny that entry for as long as they could. And as a result, it means they're playing so far apart from each other. Knights know this, and as a result, they always send in 1 or 2 entries to try and clear it out. They always play off the back together. They always go for pinches. And every single early round has always been in their favor since they figured out that formula.
Well, where do we sit at the end of the half, I wonder? Is it going to be 4-2 for Knights? Or is Tide going to be able to even up the score? Back downstairs. So far, this is a 1-for-1 record. Tide won the basement the first time they defended it. And then Knights won it just 2 rounds ago. Which way are we leaning? To me, it feels like that the game started. Tide had a slight advantage, particularly because they started on the defense. They set the pace. But Knights started to read into how Tide are playing. Now the onus is on Tide to do the same, to retaliate, to read into that Knights play style and bring something fresh.
Tide looking like they're looking for this extended roam once again, but with a bit more resources. They've got 3 players up here on this ground floor rather than just 2, looking to play a little bit more closely with each other. Shibe, he's inside of Kitchen. It's pretty close to where Hysterics is inside of Azulu as well. They're in a more favorable position to refrag each other and play off these entries when they come through. Styx has made his way through Garage, ready to call off the Zulu rotation if it comes through. But where are the rest of the Knights players?
I just want to spectate Stig so we can see him wallbang someone again. 3 for 3, do we reckon?
I bet my money on it. Is there a play inside of meeting? Maybe not, Dev. Not just yet.
Ah, unlucky. Shibe, though, in Kitchen. Now going through Green Hallway. Believe he might have been spotted by Juicy's drone. That's pretty much the extent of this roam. Shibe now in T1. Hysterics on the freezer stairs, not playing too aggressive. You can see quite a timid hold from Tide, but there you go. Quick double kill. Mentalist and Shibe both playing on T1. Exposed and exploded upon. Now Hysterics knows he needs to make a play, but he's just missed the timing on Stigs moving down the main stairs. Oh, but he's going to be able to get the better of, I believe, that Sage down. And in fact, the diffuser along with it. He might not realize there's another player waiting for him. Stigs does land the shot that's needed. And it's a 4v1 for poor Nate. The poor support smoke player holding on, and the pre-fire from Speakeasy is far too good. Bit of revenge against his former teammate. And a 4-2 end to the half for Knights.
And once again, just to double down on that point, in the early round, the Knights have been so good at it. Their formula, it's cautious in this early round, but it's calculated. And every single time they've managed to net themselves a kill, Tide haven't given them the respect that they need. They haven't been falling off early enough to prevent themselves from dying to these Knights entries. They're just so good. And Speakeasy, he's a player that we haven't had a chat about yet in this server dev. He's been pretty quiet, but in that last round was so impactful on those entries and through into the bomb site.
I feel like Knights have really set this tone now, Mandy. 4 rounds on the attack. I mean, Tide, I give them a bit more credence on the defense usually. Let me just statistically have a look. Interestingly, Tide are actually an attacker-favored team. They win 40% of their... This is obviously only 2 matches as a sample size, and that was Cafe and Chalet, so 1 defense, 1 attacker side of map. But on both maps, Tide had a 40% attacker win rate and a 33% defense win rate. So obviously pretty poor win rates on both. But they lost those games, so you can't blame them. But statistically, a bit better on their attack. So while I was going to make the point that I think Tide would probably be more comfortable on their defense, perhaps the stats tell a different story. And now that Tide are on the attack, they'll have something a little bit more to say.
The Knights are going to start us out on this top floor bomb site. Speakeasy. Can you really do this to Tide? This is naughty. This is bad. Oh no, Tex, he's going to run straight into it as well. He's going through the small tower. Is that a drone inside the small tower? Sticks even shot it out for him. Dev.
I think he missed the drone. I don't think Stiggs managed to shoot the drone. Yeah, Hysterix' drone managed to go up the stairs. Is he going to spot him? Oh, no! I might have seen him. I think it did.
No.
I think it saw him. Yeah, it did, and Tex ready the nade. Well played. I mean, honestly, that's really good drone work from Hysterix to bait that out.
That could have been a disaster. But I'm glad it wasn't. That would have been very, very embarrassing for Tide. Thank goodness Hysterix was able to come in with that drone. Speakeasy's probably thinking, damn, couldn't get that one off against my old friends. But nevertheless, now Tide in the man advantage on their attacking round.
That said, for how much longer, I wonder? Shibe's done some damage here from Armory Window. Sage is feeling the heat. Looking to peek it as well. But that Dokkaebi call is surely going to push him off with the sound call to tell Tide exactly where he is. It's feeling quite a bit of pressure right now. That said, a bit of damage onto 2 of the Tide players might make this doable.
Tide are being very, very cautious about this take depth. They're going through small tower. They know they've got that control, but the diffuser is still outside that master balcony. They don't want to send it into the building just yet. Now, Sage is able to claw one back into Shibe as well. They're giving the Knights a lot of wiggle room here, Dev. They really are. And Sage still holding on to his armory control. That diffuser still not consolidated where the rest of the troops are. I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for Tide in their decision-making right now.
Especially because there's not really a lot of support here on the Master side for Tide. You've got Sage, Omnia's army, probably the best possible operator for holding that position. Can continue to restructure the setup. Oh, surely there's going to be a call here. Stiggs taken down below, hunted down before he could detonate that C4. 4v2. Juicy. Oh, nice attempt there on the swing with the shotty, but it doesn't get it. Now Sage has got a 1v4, finds the first one, finds the second one, got the diffuser in his sights with a Valcam atop of it as well. A 1v2 now. As he hears that air jab, wonders where it might be. They've got to peek him out. They're baiting the shots. They grab that diffuser, and he is finished off. A very close round, but well played from Tide to lock it in.
Not bad from Tide through that mid-round. I was starting to feel a little bit nervous for them. They had that diffuser in a pretty odd spot for the control they had on the map, but eventually they decided, okay, let's rotate the diffuser to where our push is going to come from. And that was the small tower side, through that big window, up the white stairs. Sage almost clawed it back with this 1 versus 4. I can't believe how close that was, but Tide take their time through the mid-round, make sure they don't get lost in the source, make sure the diffuser is with the push, and eventually close out the round with the numbers advantage.
That said, I do wonder if perhaps it was a mistake from Knights to risk take so early in the half, right? Knights had the momentum pretty confidently on their side, 3 rounds in a row at the end of the previous half. And then Speakeasy goes for that risky play inside of small tower. Knights play a bit risky overall, and that gives Tide a bit of confidence. Now that they've stemmed the bleeding a little bit, got around of their own, are they going to be more confident for the rest of this half? Perhaps Knights should have played a bit more conservatively.
Look, Dev, I gotta give this one a Speakeasy, right? Can you imagine you're in Speakeasy shoots, right? You're like, okay, this is game day. We're playing against the boys, the old mates on the other team. What do? You rat in the corner of small tower. Of course you do. You see if it catches off your friends, but nevertheless, it doesn't catch off Hysterix. And speaking of Hysterix, this is a pretty fast entry from him on the Iana. Stiggs, he goes for that quick peek, sees him there and goes, all right, see you later. I'm not dealing with any of that.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was very nearly a very early engagement. Early Dokkaebi logic bomb as well from Shibe to try and suppress any of those roamers. Bit of a rotate as well. We've got 2 players going blue bunker now. There's no one hard holding elbow at the current moment. Shibe knows that. He's got information. This could be a rush. They go for the Gon 6 and straight on inside, but the problem is Mentalist had the diffuser. Now it's a 3v4, and that kit is cold on the ground. Nate has got to do some serious work from this elbow control. Hysterix to be the hammer to his anvil. In from Freezer. There's only 1 minute into the round and already look at the pure chaos that has erupted. Oh no, Sage, you better land that shot. Thank goodness he did. But now a 1v2 for Tex. and he's got all the time in the world to play with.
Making his way through elbow now, sneaky beaky like. Knows the diffuser is cold inside of blue, and there's a player just around the corner. If he can get the pre-fire, he could turn this into a one-on-one, and he certainly does. Speaky's now the last man alive. He connects the shots. Tex goes down, and Knights, woo, thank goodness they clawed that one back.
My God, what a round. The early rush that looked to be an early roam kill to then pivoting to a blue push on the back of the Gon 6 1 minute into the round. On the basis of info as well, to that collapsing when Mentalist lost the diffuser to a 1 versus 1 finish off climax with Tex just not being able to land the shots that he needed. One more bullet and he would have won that fight. But Knights, they do break away here. They've got a 2-round lead here on Tide. And just 1 round away from getting a point on the standings.
These rounds have certainly been a little something. Don't you think so, Dev?
Yeah, it's one way to put it, man.
They've all been a bit yoinky sploinky. They've been pretty exciting, and every single time we've seen these mid rounds, they've been tentative. Let's say that. They always feel like they have a solution going for them, but then the attacking team calls something different. And I think it's been a really big story in this game is which team can get the lead on the call before the other one. If one team has an idea of what the other one is doing, that intel game typically works in their favor. If one team changes up their push, goes for something different, that's really been the story of this game. Both teams have done that against each other on their attacking halves, and it's just about whether that curveball works or whether it doesn't work. Knights are going to take us to their tertiary site, in fact. They're not, since off the back of winning that ground, a basement floor, and I can only imagine that Tide are going to feel a little bit thrown off by that last round. That was a very odd round for momentum.
It's true, but at the same time, it's Tide who set the pace in that last round. They're the ones who decided to go from that really aggressive roam clear to that blue rush. I guess, if anything, perhaps Tide's confidence will be somewhat rattled. They'll be thinking, look, we've taken some chances, we played aggressively, and it hasn't worked. We're playing slow, and maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe we start playing more slow and methodical, but that's Knights' game. That's the way they want you to play. So perhaps not. And in fact, it is Hysterics who's being single live droned all the way up White Stairs here. This is usually a pivotal area of your control. Up on the top floor inside of Kids' dorms. You can see that's where Juicy resides. And Hysterics could be on the verge of taking him down. That said, he reveals his position by spraying on out. Look at the way he has managed to snake his path all the way upstairs.
That rotation hole is causing him some problems, though. Juicy's just on the other side now, playing by that bunker, and Hysterics seems to know what the deal is. Now, the Knights, they're making Big Tower their power position. This is the Knights' MO. Every time we saw them play meeting, they always whip this out from their strap book. I love watching it. And it's Speakeasy, that's the one in the smoke. So if they want to pinch out this Big Tower position, Hysterics making his push from Attic is going to be very important. But he's about to be punched out, and he looks away at just the wrong time. That player at the top of Armory starts to back off now, so he's safe for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Hysterics has no idea how lucky he is. Wait a second, Mentalist. You haven't cleared Kids yet. Juicy's still sitting in there, and he doesn't realize that there's 2 players just on the other side of this doorway. The drone comes on in, and now Juicy flashed on out. He drops the hatch. A wise move. And that map control is seceded now to Tide. Tex was unable to punish him on that retreat. Just missed out on the timing, and still no blood has been spilt this round.
Oh, but hang on, that vertical pressure's coming through, though. Nate starting to get his way into security. It's forced Juicy to fall off that freezer hatch and now start to contest Hysterics, sorry, not Tex, inside of Zulu. Oh, that peak being so close as well. Hysterics, so many close calls in this round.
I mean, both of them know where each other are, and Juicy goes on the offensive. Shibe finally starts the exchange, but there's less than 20 seconds left. The kill feed reigns orange, and it is all Tide. Sage now has to retake. He's found the first one. No way! The plan has to be faked, and Tex can hunt him down. Thank goodness he found that kill, because the plant was not secured. But Tide can stem the bleeding once again and close the gap between these teams.
And once again, what a strange round, especially through that mid-round again. There was so many close calls. There was a player top of Armory that Hysterics almost met. Hysterics ran straight past Juicy as he was going for that top floor clear into Attic. Even though he went back down into the ground floor, he almost got taken out by Nate, who's on the vertical, and he slipped away from that too. It just felt like the story of us following Juicy through that round was just him slipping through the cracks of this attack, but eventually Shibe came along with some really explosive executes somewhere inside of Kitchen, and that threw off the Knights completely, and Tide, they were able to take the round.
Like you said, I want to double down. I feel like there were so many tiny moments that round that could have gone differently, and I don't know whether that's something to be said of either of these teams' play styles or just this game in general, this map in general. But man, you could just count the number of times that little things could have gone either way on tiny timings or little chances that were taken. And that's not the way you want to play the game. You want to take your fate into your own hands, all right? And that's what Knights really need to be looking to do. That's what they pride themselves on.
I think caution has been the name of this game, Dev. The team that has been more cautious and measured has been the one to take these rounds, and they're the ones that are not getting caught out by these little moments that you keep speaking about and that we keep seeing in the server, because they're taking the time to make sure that things are really actually clear. Hysterics, Speakeasy, for example, the one hiding, ratting inside of Big Tower. Just then, Hysterics not wanting to overpeak particular things like that rotation hole. Even then, Knights not looking for the swing onto Hysterics. Everything is measured and cautious, and we're seeing that every single round.
Dockerby's also seen a recurring appearance from both teams. The first Logic Bomb's already gone. Trying to hunt down some roamers. What map control does Tide have so far? It's a Dorm's defense, and realistically not a lot of map control. Looks like Hysterics has managed to take control of Dining here. I believe he hasn't actually placed an air jab down. Oh no, he's got one just left at the door. He spots out Speakeasy on the peak. There's a bit of damage, but not enough as of yet to warrant a kill.
The thing is, Jeff, for the push that Tide are going for right now, they don't necessarily need control of Kitchen. They just need to make sure that there are no players coming out of Kitchen to stop the plays inside of Big Tower. And that's what they need with Hysterics here on this air jab. He doesn't actually need to make this entry. We can see now Tide, they're pretty happy with the control that they've got in this small tower, and then working their way through the ground floor instead. We've got Shibe starting to cut off a meeting. We've got Stiggs, though, about to contest him. Shibe could be in a little bit of a pinch if he doesn't realize, and he's even turned his back to the player inside of meeting.
I mean, you got two players right around the corner from Shibe, and I mean, he is taken out. Very elusive are these roamers from Knights, and the roam hunter, the Dockerby, was the one who was meant to be called upon to take them down. In fact, he's the one to lose his life early. Where is the direction from Tide?
The direction is something that I'm wondering too, because once again, we've got this diffuser on the master balcony. It doesn't look like they can make their way into master because all that control they've got is on this west side of the map. Now, Nate has just made that entry into Kitchen to look for more roamers on the ground floor, see what he can find. And with that Amaru, he could even make his way up the hatch or up attic hatch if he wanted to. That diffuser as well has just gone over to the small tower side, the bottom of white stairs, all that double window, and it would indicate Tide, they're looking for this full west side take.
I mean, time is ticking away. Look at it. 22 seconds left. Stiggs down below. He's got a nice placement here. He can take out that air jab and flank up the white stairs now. Surely he gets the better of Hysterics. He does. And there's just nothing that Tide can do about it. Mentalist quickly finished off, and Knights assure themselves at least 1 point on the standings at the end of this Playday. They find themselves on map point here.
And that one felt like a rough one for Tide. That time, that clear through the ground floor didn't work out in their favor. Last time they were able to clear out some of these Knights plays in the ground floor. That time it was made a lot more harder. They had the air jab going down, but that roam that came out from Shibe, their lurk that came out from Shibe, didn't work out in their favor. And the Knights players doubled down to clear him out. By the time they'd rotated the diffuser from that master bedroom to the small tower, it just felt like that decision-making came through way, way, way too late. Knights were 2 or 3 steps ahead by then, anticipating that small tower push to come through, and they're able to take them out in the late round. This flurried, chaotic push from Tide doesn't work out.
Yeah, it really, like, we've said it before, but it really feels like whichever of these teams leaves something even slightly at a chance, those risks haven't been fruitful at all. You know, every moment that you could think of, like Speakeasy going for that rat play in small tower early on, you know, Shibe not covering his back and looking for a bit of a lurk, it just hasn't worked effectively for either team. You know what has worked? Sage's new role, I guess. I mean, in terms of fragging out, I believe, you know, I know you want to talk about this a bit more, but when we talked to Knights just before Stage 3 kicked off, they said Sage is taking a bit more of a back seat. He's not on the front end. He's not the tip of the spear anymore for this team. He's taking a more vocal role. It's not stopping him from having a 2-point whatever KD on the Warden.
Sage is in this super unique position where he's given away that entry role to Speakeasy. He's given it away to the likes of Stigs or that type of thing as well. And hang on a sec, Dev. I'm just going to pause a little bit because I think we may have a rush incoming from the side of Tide. Gone 6 to ring out. Nate's on the Amaru and he's walked just straight into the building. I don't think we've got time to talk about Knights just yet.
But this isn't even the site. Like, yeah, it's a rush, but what do you mean? It's a rush on one guy playing inside of Attic. This is so strange to me. I mean, is it really worth investing in the Gone 6? I guess it does if he ends up finding Josh at the end of the day. On top of it, Hysterics, of course, as we saw on camera, took down Speakeasy in meeting. So, look, I won't knock it if it works, because right now it is working. And Tide looking pretty good for this round, for getting just within reach of overtime.
Pretty explosive entry into the map, does net Tide 2 kills, and now it's about converting this into this late round, figuring out what they want to do next. They've been gifted open this meeting hatch, so if they want to go for that back take, that will be made a little bit easier for them. Not only that, but the freezer hatch is also soft. They're also in the player advantage. If they want to make a front take work and play the refakes, they can do that too. But it's about that decision-making from Tide. Mid-round decision-making is not something that we've seen from them yet, and they have to prove themselves.
All right, I wager we got at least 30 seconds before Tide executes. You want to finish talking about Sage, Mandy?
Do I really want to finish talking about Sage?
I don't know. We can save it for later if you want.
I think we got to save this one for later. In this round, Sage, he's playing inside of Laundry. He's got the shield. Tide, are they going to deal with it or are they going to go for a back take? Because the longer that they wait, the more time that they give for Knights to get steps and steps and steps ahead of them and start to claw back that real estate. And that could be dangerous.
You know what? Great point. Sage is in a pivotal position. He has been droned and yarned out several times, and I don't see many explosives available. That said, Nate, I don't know where that was on the back of a drop down the hatch. Perhaps he finds one pick. Stigs has got to land this shot. What is going on? It's a flawless round, but it looked anything but pretty. Tide do get just within one more round of overtime.
That was good from Tide. They realized in that mid-round, okay, we've got the player's advantage here. Let's just pick one entry point for each of us and play those refags. They didn't go for one particular push. They didn't telegraph what push they were going for. I think that was the big difference in that round from some of the previous Tide attacks we've got. The previous ones we saw Knights, they were able to get a step ahead in the intel of Tide because they knew exactly what Tide were going for. That time, Tide said, let's just send one player down each stairwell, send a player down the hatch, play the trades, so that the Knights players aren't ready for us that time. And that really worked out in their favor off the back of the flashbangs, off the back of whatever chaos they had to throw in the face of the remaining anchors.
Super underrated strat on Laundry is just push everywhere all at once when you got numbers advantage. There's too many places where people can attack from. Wow. Well, yeah, I'm glad you didn't continue dissecting Sage because there was no more time in the round. You know, there's a minute and a half when I threw that to you.
There was.
And then, yeah, Tide just hit the go button.
Look, Dev, I'll tell you what, I knew that Tide needed to do something with that mid-round. They probably know it as well after their many failed attempts at these mid-rounds, and they absolutely sent it on exactly the right timing. Knights, though, they are still within match point winning territory here, so it's still danger for Tide. They could walk away with 0 points from this if they don't repeat the form they had in that last round.
Yeah, funny to me is that Knights seem to be doing the exact same thing. I mean, even down to the positioning, right? Like the two players that got picked early, Josh and Speakeasy, one in meeting, one in attic, are in the exact same positions they were last round. So what's going to go differently for Knights? How are they going to make sure that Tide don't do the same thing?
What they are doing differently is being more cautious about it. We can see Speakeasy, he's used 3 Heaver barriers to block off entry points for his position. He's got 1 here on this tower, he's got 2 inside of meeting split as well, anticipating that the Tide entry is kind of scary and kind of fast. So let's just be a bit more careful about this, patch up the holes and waste more time.
That said, seeing a little bit of sneaky beaky activity here from Hysterics. He's managed to actually sneak all the way deep into Freezer. He's not meant to get here. That's why there's feet holes just to the right of his crosshair. The E1D goes out. Oh, he is spotted. does send out a shock drone to scout ahead after taking a tiny bit of damage through the wall.
And the Knights making this executive decision to fall back to the site. They're not giving away their lives this time, and they've still got time on the clock. 1:30 left. Still a 5-on-5 situation, and they're happy to just get away with their lives. Tide, they take their time through this mid-round. That's what we know about this team from this series, and Knights are fully capitalizing on that.
Yeah, that said, Tide are capitalizing on the fact that Knights have fallen back, right? You know, they've opened up this hatch, they've taken control of meeting. There's so much control now for Tide, and Nate has continued to rummage through the bomb site and clear out all the utility possible using these Roteros. He gets a bit of info with that last one. It looks like a late reinforcement from Stigs as well on the single panel. Josh playing Harry Potter, a difficult position to flush out. What is the play here from Tide?
So it seems like Knights have anticipated that this back take will come through. The bunker door has been opened. The Knights plays, they're changing the utility look. Sage has just moved his shield from the front to face the back, anticipating that's where the defuse is going to come from. There's only 40 seconds left, Tide. You have to go now.
Oh, but Tex gets a little bit too ahead of himself. Mentalist as well. Stig's doing some damage on electrical. And this is surely where it ends for Tide. The Knights have had a phenomenal game, and they are about to take their first 3-point win of Stage 3. No doubt ecstatic. Knights keep their dream of the major alive.
And that was just some clinical work from Knights right at the end there. They looked like the team that were ahead of Tide. Mentally in the game with Intel, even though there weren't directly Intel operators in the game, it just felt like they had the experience, they had the flow of that game in their hands and in their minds. And I think Tide just took too long to be on the same pace as the Knights were.
Well, a massive sigh of relief for Knights fans out there. This was the promised stage. It's one of those moments, you were the chosen one. Stage 3 was meant to be when OS might have a shot at the major. Thanks to Knights, thanks to the huge pickup of Speakeasy. It has been anything but so far. But for those Knights fans who have been exhausted watching them lose week in, week out, they finally got their first win over Wildcard last week in overtime. Now they've got themselves their first regulation win of Stage 3. It's not much, but it is something to work from, and it is still technically possible for Knights to make the major on the back of that.
Yeah, awesome work from them. I think they're going to be feeling rejuvenated. Knights are one of those rosters that we know work week in, week out. They don't look super long term. They just focus on the here and the now. And I think coming off the back of that win, they're going to be ready for that Saturday super week, right? They've still got one more game to go, and they need that momentum riding into the rest of the week.
Absolutely. I'm super keen to hear what Stigs has to say after the game. But before that, we'll go back to Rob and the guys on the desk.
Spoiler alert, we are talking to Stigs after. But yeah, look, a game that the Knights definitely needed, Guz. However, probably absolutely way too close for comfort.
Yeah, a little bit close.
Where do you think I was going there, Xenox? Sorry, I saw you following that one along.
I wasn't quite sure, to be honest.
That's okay.
He was anticipating it. Look, yeah, very scary. I think the fact that Tide were able to get that flawless round right at the pointy end was really quite scary for the Knights. But they did Knights things. I think they've shown time and time again they're a great team at not only taking games week by week in isolation, but also doing their best to take it round by round. That's how they were able to close out this game, so a really good job by them. Of course, the scoreline, it's not particularly convincing. It really, Knights should be smashing Tide, blunt, but look, it's a win, it's 3 points, no one can deny them of that, and it does keep them alive.
And that's, I mean, that's just it, Xenox. You know, we've spoken about it on multiple occasions. Doesn't matter how it gets done, as long as it gets done. But we did make a short little mention right before we got into this game about the importance for Knights on their final 2 games. Do you think that this is going to kind of act as that stepping stone for them, or are you a little bit worried after this performance?
Well, it has to, right? Like, there's just no ifs or buts. You basically have to win your last 2 games. But the Knights that ended up being off the back of, losing the first 2 play days meant they had to win every single game from there. Obviously, an OT win against Wildcard, probably not ideal. And a close win against Tide, probably not ideal. You know, when you kind of paint the bigger picture, the 2 teams they've beaten are 6th and 7th, right? So, I mean, that's just the way it really goes. They've kind of done the job. That job done, okay. You've 7-5 Tide and you've 8-6 Wildcard. So you're inching over the line against the bottom 2 teams. It doesn't bode well for them. I don't think there's going to be a single game they will go in as favourites for the remainder of the stage. Of course, they play Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves for their last 2 games. So
Yes.
yeah, look, they're in the hunt, and that's really all you can ask for if you're the Knights. But it's still like so far they're the underdogs. It's not even funny. And for Tide, obviously they are officially out, and honestly don't even know if they were ever in APAC South because it's just been horrid.
You said before the game you weren't. Jeez Louise, I tell you what, guys.
I mean, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something on the lines of, I don't want to follow the negative storyline. And he's just gone ahead and done that against a team that, honestly, we didn't even expect to play the stage. So I think you should go have a look at yourself in the mirror, mate, and apologise.
Yeah, all right.
Well, you can do that very shortly, actually, because we're going to go to an interview with Stiggs. Let's welcome Stiggs
Oh, I
into
look
the
good.
broadcast. Hey mate, how you doing? Sorry about the go ahead. I'll squeeze in with you. No, look, congratulations on the win. Obviously, probably closer than most would have liked, including yourself. But how's the team feeling at this point? We've seen some highs and some lows, and obviously with the pressure of Stage 3 mounting, there is still that chance at that last grasp for the major. Are you still feeling hopeful?
To be completely honest, I mean, we've said it 100 times. We focus game by game, scrim by scrim, making small changes here and there. We had a meeting the other day to kind of just talk about everything, because obviously this stage hasn't gone the way we had hoped. Making a roster change, bringing Glenn in, those moves were done to improve the team and produce better results, and obviously they haven't been happening. But yeah, we're slowly working through it. These are the most important times for teams for development, is through the rough times, because that's where the most improvements are made. You look at yourselves with a greater microscope, overanalyze and everything. So yeah, we're just taking it week by week, and trying to improve as much as we can.
I guess that was may have already somewhat answered this, but like with the changes that have been made with the roster, obviously Quiz jumping out, Speakeasy jumping in. This is now the 4th game and 2nd win that you've been able to get back to back, mind you. What has it been like with that transition? Because I know things are never easy when we're looking at like a 1-for-1 trade. But have the roles at all changed so drastically that it has caused issues, or do you think it's just kind of been that transition period?
I hate to put it down to the transition period, but I think that is a big proponent to it at the moment.
Yep.
Honestly, bringing Speakeasy in, it wasn't anything massively different. We tinkered with some roles throughout the team here and there. Speakeasy slotted into Quiz's role, which is what he's playing at the moment. And I honestly think we just need some more time.
Well, you got more time. You still got 2 more games. And speaking of those 2 more games, the road home, just to put it bluntly, looks quite rough. You're going up against 2 teams that have already gone to the major this year. What are we looking for when we're moving on to teams like Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves? I know that Knights always say we're focused on game by game, but with the bigger picture still being the major Stig, surely you can give us something. Like, do you still feel like these are teams well and truly within your scope?
Yes, we put no team above ourselves. We hold ourselves to a very high standard, and we take it week by week, as I always say. But to be completely honest, we're not really looking at the major. We're not. We're not expecting to make it or expecting to not make it. We're just playing the game, focusing on improvement, and mainly just focusing on ourselves, to be honest.
One of these days, I'm going to break either you or Juicy. I'm telling you right now. There's going to be a moment where one of you snaps and something just goes haywire. Look, we can see some notes on your desk. Before I give you the floor here, what's going on there? You're gonna show us these notes?
They are just a byproduct of the meeting we had the other night. Just some team goals. Trust each other, sticking together, and just don't focus on yourself and don't put all the pressure on yourself, pretty much.
Look, I love it. I think we've seen multiple occasions with your notepad out there, so it's good to see that the signs are still well and truly. Yeah, hey, you know what I mean? I feel you. I feel you. I'm a notebook man myself. Look, as per usual, mate, you've ended the game on a high, so we'll give you the floor here. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Just thank you to all the fans and, of course, Knights, and to my family, pretty much, and my team. I love them all.
Oh, geez, there's no
sharp.
more wholesome note. Oh, geez, that is a shot and a half, mate. Look, good. Best of luck with the last 2 games at the stage, and we hope that we can see you at the major.
Thank you so much, Manic. Have a good night.
Absolute legend of the game. Always makes me blush. You know, look at these cheeks.
He's a good-looking lad.
He is a very good-looking lad, and even better, he's old school. He's a notebook boy. I like it. I like it a lot, and he's not far from me. Actually, I found out the other day. So who knows? We might pop on down for a coffee in between the matches. But guys, you look like you're almost shucking there, matey. You're right.
I'm fine. I'm just listening to you two dribble on as usual.
Tends to happen. It tends to happen. We won't dribble on too much more. We'll try and keep this snappy. We'll have a look at the results of today's matches. Of course, these ones were pretty much as we had all expected. You'll see that in the next graphic, of course. Maybe jumping ahead here. Xenox, any note that you really want to leave us on here?
Look, I mean, I think the way that the Direwolves went about it, very professional performance, and continues to sort of highlight that comeback stage. Obviously, stage 1 was literally flawless, and stage 2 didn't quite live up to those same expectations. But they've done a really good job in, being able to go back to the drawing board. And I mean, Reeves is clearly like one of the best players in the region at the moment. So what a pickup that's been. And right now they're just sort of firing on all cylinders. And I think the 7-2 result really speaks to that. And look, Gladiators Fury, one of those kind of games where I think Gladiators most definitely the better of the 2 teams, but by and large, Fury still threw a couple of good punches, and obviously still sitting in second place. They'll be happy.
Yeah, they've definitely held their own and proven to us that the performance against Elevate and the likes of those teams are well and truly standing up to the standard, or sticking up to the standard, I should say. But guys, we've all just got some big brains. I don't know how else to say it.
I actually think that we might be living in a simulation right now. This
think we
doesn't feel
are.
right. We all went the same pick. We actually all got it right. Fortunately, Quickdraw won't be able to get the tweet out on Fury's account because they lost. I know he had that in the drafts.
Oh, he would have been waiting for it, mate.
He was ready to click it. He was ready to click send, but unfortunately they didn't come through. So, look, a good night all around, and it will never happen again. So we have to savor it.
No. Talent generally like to stick out above the rest, and this is we've just gone with the crowd here. I don't like it. I'll never see this one again. We'll have a look at where all these teams now land after 4 Playdays. Again, remembering, really, you probably want to take your attention to the left-hand column before you focus too heavily on the points, but it does mean toward the top end, 2 points separating Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves. If you want an outside chance, Knights are still technically in this. Some crazy results would have to go their way, but Xenox, this is every single stage that we've really ever had has been close. It's always been incredibly difficult to separate these teams, but I feel like now more than ever, this is just heating up.
Yeah, obviously. Basically, besides tied, I mean, unfortunately for them, 3 losses means that they're out, so we can kind of put a line through them. As much as it would be a massive, massive shock, I'm pretty sure Wildcard still might mathematically have some kind of chance. Don't actually know about that one off the top of my head. They have had now 3 losses, so you could probably put a line through them as well, realistically. So it basically comes down to the sort of top 5 teams. And I think we said earlier on in the broadcast, the difference between Direwolves and Knights, it's 3 points. Yeah. And for a couple of those teams as well, they've only played 3 games, Direwolves, Elevate, and Gaming Gladiators. So obviously, if you're Knights, you're kind of behind the 8 ball. You must win the last 2 games. Fury, obviously, kind of with the pack and having played the 4 games, they're still in a good position. But Direwolves, Elevate, Gaming Gladiators in really good positions. And for Elevate, it kind of puts them back into a position where as long as they just kind of win their last 2 games, they should make the major, and that will give them a little bit more comfort coming back into APAC South next week, because of course they did not play tonight, so they were our sort of bye round team. So they've just been able to sit. And I must say, I think the results for them, they'll be pretty content with that. I think seeing Fury lose would make Elevate happy for probably a couple of reasons, but it just makes their life a little easier getting into the top 2.
Geez, really took the feedback on from earlier this year.
A little bit. He cut it down a bit.
He looked at it and he said, "You know what? I'm going in. The analysis is going to be unbelievable. You'll never see analysis like this again."
I get excited by just how competitive this region is.
Let's not keep the production bums on seats for any longer. Playday 5,
People
of course.
want their packs, man.
Oh, very true. Very true. So, as we look at Playday 5,
98%, 98%.
understand that we will be actually competing on Saturday. So, Xenox has gone ahead and jumped the week forward, but these matches are going to be played in 2 days' time. It feels like, what, like 40 hours away? Something like that is when we're pretty much going to be kickstarting. So, it is very soon. Guz, when we look to these matches for Saturday, which one sticks out to you the most?
Oh, it's a toughie. Look, every game matters, right? Every game is so critically important. I think the beauty of the results tonight being that everything's perfectly aligned to be pretty much as close as it possibly could be at this point, really. We have 5 teams in the mix, realistically. If I had to pick one, I'd maybe go Knights Gladiators. I think the Knights are still just holding on. They win with a 3-pointer there, could be huge, and maybe really puts the pressure on GG returning to the major. But picking one of these games is pretty much impossible, to be honest. They're all going to be super close.
Just say the last one. Yeah, just the last one. Imagine Wildcard beat Elevate, Ty beat Direwolves, Knights beat GG, and all of a sudden we've just got 2-3 points between every single team heading into the last 2 plays. You just wouldn't read about it. You could not write a bit of script. We won't jump that far ahead because that is some ridiculous results that would need to happen. But, as per usual, we are getting to that time. Xenox, I know that you're going to be the champion of the people. You're going to hold on to this broadcast for as long as you can.
It's 2021 on the timer now. Let's see what it is when it ends, okay?
I saw one guy was like, can you keep talking for 44 minutes? I don't know.
You probably could. You probably could.
No, look, all I want to say is I think next week's going to be very exciting. Knights game and Gladiators. I can't help but think back to that final game of Stage 2 to determine who was going to go to the major. So maybe there's a little bit of romanticizing about that matchup, and obviously sort of what it means for both of the teams next week. Basically do or die. The loser can't go to the major, the winner can. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to on Saturday. I keep saying next week. On Saturday, Rob. Saturday, mate. It's 2 steps away. Guys, as per usual, I'll leave you the honors with the final words.
Yeah, again, super happy with how today played out in terms of the competitiveness of the league. It really has exemplified it. So super keen for Saturday. I could not think of a better place and better people to share my weekend with. You know, I didn't want it off. I didn't want to sit back and relax and play ranked. I'd rather spend it with you two, Dev and Mandy as well.
Oh, jeez, how beautiful is that? You just make it so wholesome. You're just rubbing off
I'm
from
known
sticks,
for my
aren't you?
wholesomeness.
Don't know about
cut
that one.
show.
Yeah, I think that's the one that we're going to cut on. Thank you very much for joining us at home. Only 3 points separate 5th to 1st place. 2 teams will go to the major. We've got 3 play days left. The next one is in 2 days' time, Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. But until then, please stay safe, take care, and good night.
Pika really has to be the man to step up here, has to take out this last remaining site player to pressure these roamers, but Vinny holds on. He stands true for the double. Maybe the one to take him down. Jackie Wu hiding behind the monitor. That is just filthy.
Making his way over to the dungeon window, just on the top of these main stairs, is wary of his peak, but really there's just not enough time, not enough HP, and in fact the Frostmats take him down. The Direwolves pick up yet another round in the series.
Tuhan now replaces his position, can find one, and Wildcard spring into action, but Direwolves are there!
That won't make a play. Oh, Talon shield in hand. Hajime as well. Another bad Nitro here from the defense, and BG Mad stranded in the 1 versus 4.
Oh.
No way this works. Ape, look to your left. I9 for 2. Again, causing chaos on this site. And now Dark is left all alone in the 1 versus 1 at Astro.
Told you, he's made his way back up into Astro. Damage onto BG Man, knows where he is. Red ping on the plant. He just has to take this play down. Nicolas falls. Told you, just has to hide. Oh, what are you doing? Why? Why do you do that? Why? And Ape is having a massive game so far. Somehow he even gets that headshot. What was that? It was almost a hit by a headshot out of the ADS.
Oh.
But Nicolas with a double. They walk straight into him.
Now it's all on Nate in the 1v4. They don't seem to know where he is. Surely he's not able to deny this plant. Surely not. Is he going to spot him? Oh, no! I might have seen him. I think it did.
No.
I think it saw him. Yeah, it did, and Tech's ready the nade. Well played. Now Sage He's got a 1v4, finds the first one, finds the second one, got the diffuser in his sights with a Valcam atop of it as well. And it is all tied. Sage now has to retake. He's found the first one. No way! The plan has to be faked and Tex can hunt him down.
Oh, there's no better time than now.